ये दे दो लिंक कहाँ से चैट हो रहा है?
टाइप नहीं कर रहा
ये हमारा काम ही नहीं कर रहा लेकिन ना मेल चेक करना पड़ेगा।
क्या हो? अरे भाई काम नहीं
एक्शन
कर
माउस ले लो। क्या हुआ?
पता नहीं
माउस दो।
हाँ से I have no control over my laptop.
They've taken over your laptop. It's the last day. Even here.
अलाउ ही नहीं कर रहा है कंप्लीट वाओ dude
नहीं कुछ हो तो रहा है वैसे।
nothing is happening with taken over my laptop completely
क्या तुम गेम हैंग हो गया? नहीं अब कब काम किया?
आप काम कर रहे
लिंक हुआ? लिंक सेंड मारे।
हो चटा की
आइए ना देखो मेरे कर दो। मेरे को सियासत उनको मिल रहा है और नितिन को भी।
नहीं राजेंद्र सर का मेल क्या था तो भेजा लेना ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಹಲೋ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು ನೋಡಿ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ವಿನಯ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟರ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕೀಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲ್ ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಔಟ್ is it some issues I just
Sir?
is it connected or not ಅಲ್ಲದೇನೋ ಓಕೆ ಅಂತ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು
बाहर देख के आता हूँ। It's on.
JK sir. Last year done online. Mostly okay. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ರೀಡರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಫೋಟೋಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರು ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿದ್ದ in case ask them because Santosh has to make people other photos to be like one poster it was here. I think 2 days too.
As said by Colin Powell, a dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I, Shweta Reddy, of first semester BE Biotechnology, will have immense pleasure in taking you through today's proceeding. I request one and all to switch off their phones and or keep them in the silent mode. I take this opportunity to thank our event sponsors, AICTE, ICMR, AICTE, Aspertica, State Bank of India, Monsanto, Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceutical Limited, FNTR, BBC, ISTE, Ozone Scientific, Sada Ada, Saitar, Airlift Container Lines, Zastro Innovations, BDL Instruments, Himalaya, Foresight, CIII. Before moving on, we request all the participants of the oral presentation to submit their CDs and pen drives in room number 017 during the tea break. We will now begin with the plenary talks. I request Dr. V.N. Balaji, chairperson for the session, to kindly occupy the dais. Chandrasekhar Nayak, Professor in Department of Biotechnology, Sir NTIT, to kindly introduce the chairperson, Dr. V.N. Balaji.
Very good morning, good all. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. V.N. Balaji, an eminent personality. Dr. Balaji received his PhD in molecular biology in 1981 from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and he did his postdoctoral research at the Department of Chemistry, Rutgers University, New Jersey. He has over 3 decades of pharmaceutical industry experience, and he worked at various organizations and industry with various capacities, such as Federal Laboratory in New Jersey, Allergen Pharmaceuticals, Arvind CA USA, Immunopharmaceuticals San Diego, Monsanto, an R&D Center Bangalore, and Jubilant Biosys. In 2001, he co-founded Jubilant Biosys, Bangalore, India. And he mentored to establish state-of-art drug discovery laboratories, including informatics, high-throughput screening, molecular design, structural biology, in vitro and in vivo biology. Jubilant Biosys established several international collaborations and successfully delivered drug delivery projects. And he has co-authored more than 45 publications and 20 international patents. He contributed to the molecular design of anti-acute drug called Tazorac, marketed by Allergen Pharmaceuticals. He initiated endothelin antagonist program at Immunopharmaceuticals, contributed to the molecular design of anti-hypertensive drug called Helene. At Jubilant Biosys, he mentored several drug discovery collaboration initiatives. He is a member of more than 10 national and international organizations. We really thank you very much, sir, having gracing this occasion, and I just request Dr. Balaji sir to take the proceedings. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Thank you, Professor Magekara and thanks, Dr. Mac, for giving the elaborate introduction for class. Today we are talking about, in this session, energy, environment, you have 4 eminent speakers, actually practitioners, I should say, of speaking. And we are very excited to hear about what is happening, how they are changing the world of BT, how one can come up with new ideas, and so that you all will be enriched with not just theoretical aspects of BT or whatever you learn in your school or college or degree, how to move faster and contribute to sustainability, energy, and environmental safety, etc. So, I will be taking maybe a couple of minutes introducing each speaker, and they will, that is, I will be cutting into their talk. They have 30 minutes in time, correct? And then they will give their talk and actually address a few of the students' questions, and faculty can ask questions later during the lunch period, because it is important that the students have to get some knowledge from them. So, Mr. Apurva will be giving the first talk. So, I was looking at this resume, then I thought that I should share with you my experience before introducing him. I was working for a company in 2000. I don't want to mention the biotech company name. I was the vice president of R&D, and they already had a fantastic product, and it is called Himalayan Genuine Honey. Okay, so then I asked people, I want to go on and visit them and see how people are preparing. We have 40 acres of land doing this. I want to have a site visit. They said, no, no, you cannot go there. Then finally, the HR head told me, if you go there, your shoes will go inside that soil. Because it's all wetty place, nothing is there, one shed. Then how is this Himalayan honey they are extracting at that place? No, sir. Himalayan honey is just a picture of Himalaya. Genuine honey is our brand name. There is nothing honey. It is just a concept for syrup and unnatural rose essence inside that. That's what we are selling. It is good also. So we will hear today from Apurva how really you have to have a good honey, organic honey, and safe honey for all of us. So I am very excited to introduce such a person here. He started as a mechanical engineer and used his brain not to develop a banking software. He used it to see how a honey bee hive is constructed, maybe wooden or maybe other kind of material, and how to extract this honey, etc., etc., etc. He is the chairman of the Hive, an organization, and he is also director of Honey Dairy Farms Limited. And he is not limiting himself, making it his livelihood, just selling honey or making honey, etc. He also trains people. So I encourage all of you to note down his telephone number, address, etc. One day, you are frustrated with doing software or frustrated doing so-called high-tech, all these trips, designs, etc., etc. You can also contribute a lot in this area, and we need that good organic honey sustainable operation, profitable operation. I request Dr. Apurva with this brief. I have not gone through all his great accomplishments. You will have this in your probably brochure. Otherwise, it will be available on the website and he has given, I think, TED Talk also, correct? So you can listen to that also. If you miss, or your friends can also listen to that. I request Mr. Apurva to deliver this. Thank you.
Good morning. I don't have to introduce myself. Dr. Balaji has told everything about me. So I will directly go into my subject. Today I am not just going to present some concept. Today I am going to share my experience also. Throughout these 9 years, almost a decade, my experience about beekeeping, my journey with bees. And also I will going to present a model how sustainability can be gained by pushing a beekeeping concept inside a grassroots level. So honeybees are really important for many things, not only for agricultural productivity, it is also required for maintaining the balance of biodiversity. Honeybees, by pollinating the agricultural crop as well as the forest vegetation, it creates food security for humans as well as animals. So when you're going for a design in future, think about honeybees. how honeybees actually take out the nectar and pollen, whatever it is required for their sustainability by a flower. It's the best design ever designed by nature. It goes to a flower, it visits a flower, it takes a nectar without damaging anything. Without damaging anything, it takes out some pollen and some nectar and comes back. In return, the flower will be pollinated. It will produce more number of seeds, and then propagation, germination, everything happens. So this is the best design that you have to think when you, in the future, if you want to change something, by your inventions, think about bees, how they really work in the nature without destroying it. So now killing bees is being a practice is in a practice by us because we are using pesticides. Lot of pesticides, and there are some herbicides which are not used in most of the countries because of the honeybees. Now, honeybees, they know the seriousness of their existence, so that is why they have banned many of the pesticides and weedicides because it will kill honeybees. So you might have seen all the posts in Facebook and WhatsApp, all those posts about decline of bees, colony collapse disorder. So all these things. Let me tell you, these issues have not come into India yet. Colony collapse disorder is not an Indian issue. It is a Western issue. Because they are using something like neonicotine pesticides. It is so persistent that honeybees are forgetting things about how they are coming back to the hive. They get intoxicated by the pesticides. So when we think about India with honeybees, with regards to honeybees, we are using pesticides like anyone else. So what is the future of bees? What is the future of bees in India? And what will be the future of people who are attached to the bees? I mean, not only emotionally, there are many industries which have been attaching to the pollination. Agriculture is the main industry. And meat industry. If nothing is getting pollinated, what do you feed your animals? So meat industry will come down. So when productivity comes down, the logistics, transportation industry will come down. Lot of unemployment. And also, not only the human fertility, wildlife. So what happens to wildlife? If fruiting in a white tree is not happening as per the requirement, what will be the result? We are the most populated country, and also there are many biodiversity hotspots in our country, and we are experiencing human-animal conflict in everyday basis right now. Now I am going towards that also. In Hassan, the elephant and human conflict is very high this year because the forest is depleting. There is no food inside the forest. They are getting into the farmer's field. So how do you create sustainability for both human fraternity and the wildlife? Will be starting from the bees. If you protect bees, if you save bees, they will pollinate for you. They are not in a feeling that I am helping you. They are helping themselves. But by helping themselves, they are helping you. So this is an effect of spraying pesticides inside our farming field. So bees will die. As you know, bees will breathe through their skin there. some 10 to 30 patches in their body. They breathe through their patches. So if you spray pesticide, those pesticides will block their patches and they suffocate and die. They are very sensitive, very, very sensitive. They are one of the bioindicators in my view. If bees are dying in your farm, that means they are giving you a message that if I am dying, then what are you eating? Right? So flowers are very, they have evolved themselves. Flowers. Now, here you can see that flower is providing a platform for a bee to sit and do pollination. Now, their color, their pattern, their height, their shape is everything for attracting pollinators, even the fragrance. Now, if you go to, I don't know how many are you from the background of farming community. If you go to arecanut plantation in between February and March, there will be a perfume kind of fragrance inside the plantation. Do you know why? The farmer, our owner is coming to a plantation, let him give a perfume. Is that it? No, it's not that. They are keen on attracting pollinators to pollinate themselves. Their inflorescence is open and they are giving fragrance to attract pollinators. So flowers are very serious about it. And when we talk about bees, it is not just honeybees. There are 20,000 species of bees in the world. There are 20,000 species. And now, since we are attaching some economics to honey, we talk more about honeybees. There are many solitary bees, like this fellow. Now, this fellow is a carpenter bee. Now, in Kannada we call it dumbi, the big black ones. So, this fellow pollinates your crop also. There is a concept called selective pollination. Each flower will be having its own preferences for getting pollinated. So carpenter bee will be pollinating a particular variety of vegetation. Likewise, there are other bees who will be pollinating a specific family of trees, specific family of flowers. It's called selective pollination. So do we think about all these things when we do agriculture? No. So we are in a tropical country, subtropical condition. We have abundance of everything. So we tend to take everything for granted, right? So we have almost all varieties of bees in India. Social bees, solitary bees, everything. In few of the countries, there are no social bees. So bees were brought into the agricultural setup. Then the pollination goes. Otherwise, no pollination goes. So we tend to have all these things. All the natural bounty of tropical condition. Now, because of the loss of habitat, because of the pesticide which we have been spraying a lot, bees are dying, declining, and going deep inside the jungle. The pollination is not happening to agricultural fields, agricultural crops. The productivity will fall down. If that happens, productivity will fall down. So all these species that we have to cope. So when we talk about the sustainability with respect to human fraternity, what we are experiencing is migrations, rural to urban migrations, right? So if you get a cab, you just chat with your cab driver. He will be a farmer most of the time. He will be migrating himself from Gulbarga, Raichur, many Gangavati, many other places where they are facing drought condition. Since they know how to drive a tractor, they will be knowing how to drive the cab. With Google Map on, they can do everything, right? So just the down payment of 6,000 rupees, the commercial cab companies will give them a car, and he will have to do 18 trips per day, right? So that will give him sustainability. Is that right? Is sustainability only related to money and economics? Will quality of life also come to the sustainability, right? So what will be the quality of life if he is doing 18 trips per day? He might get 30 to 50,000 rupees per month, but what will be the life? So we have to think in all perspective. We traditionally are agrarian community. So why don't we go back and look into what we can do to bring sustainability into the place. So these are all the issues that we will have to face in the coming. Already we are facing the heat right now. So cities will be jam-packed and cities will grow, and the countryside will be like that. And we will face the fewer resources. Water, electricity, everything will be limited resources, and the population will grow. So we will face many issues, and also pollution and transportation. I don't have to say anything in Bangalore, right? And urbanization. There are many mindsets that will change through urbanization. There will be gap between cultures. There will be cultural shocks. When some migrants come to Bangalore, there will be cultural shock. There will be unusual, unreal peer pressure which will be built in their thought process. I should be someone, I should be something. So all these things will change directly towards environment, because when you want to grow something, when you want to grow yourself without thinking of much of the factors, you will destroy environment by exploiting all the resources. Most of the migrations happen, and then they will have to buy new things, right? When they want to buy new things, most of the things will be plastic. And it is a deterioration for our ecosystem. So think about that. Now, this is happening, as you know. So now here also there will be many students who are coming from farming community, and they will not become farmers, right? Farmer's son will not become a farmer. That is the situation that we are facing right now. Now one day we will have to submit our lands to the biggest companies in India, and they will be doing the corporate level of agriculture, and they will be harvesting. And sometimes we will have to import stuff from other countries, where traditionally we are rich in resources and also knowledge in agriculture. So how do we change things? We are all working and we are all paying taxes. So all the taxpayers' money is being utilized by the policies, schemes, all those things, right? So the right political will could change it, but do we have it? So all these things are made only for this, right? Not being pessimist, but this is the reality. So whenever something happens, we will be so much excited, but in the end of the day, it will be only this. What will be the next election? What should I do for the next election? So we are not, we have to think beyond this. We have that power. We have that power to think beyond the box. So this is the solution that I want to share. Possible solution. Social entrepreneurship is about getting the community and society involved in something. Getting the community to develop some skills and make use of that skills, convert that skill into work, and make them engaged in something very positive, and then turn the total ecosystem. So, I want to share a model that I have been creating from the past few months. This place is Dantewada, Chhattisgarh. So Dantewada is a, as you know, if you Google about Dantewada, you will see only dead bodies, right? It's a core Naxal hit area. So when you hear about the word Dantewada after seeing the Google, after searching in Google, no one goes there. Now you will have a question. Why in the world you choose Dantewada? Because the real grassroots are there, and I had an invitation from the government. From the government itself, I had an invitation. So I was reluctant and hesitant initially, but later on I made up my mind and I traveled there. And let me tell you, most of the time which media shows you will be wrong. Most of the time. I don't say there is no problem there. There are problems. But the way media pushes things to your mind, it's not really correct. So, this Dantewada is rich in natural resources. Since the industrialization is not up to the mark, so we have natural resources, and it is full of tribal communities. There are many tribal communities, and they are into the livelihood of their own by collecting the simple non-timber resources from the forests. And they are creating their livelihood, and it is under some threat because of heavy mining over there. So there is a tradition called honey hunting inside the tribal communities. This is how honey hunting is done. Now they suspend themselves from the cliff and they cut the comb and they will collect the lump of combs inside the basket and they will squeeze it and sell it. That is how honey hunting is being done. So is it sustainable? That is the question. Is it sustainable? Do you know that for the next year I will be harvesting or cutting this much of honey? No, that is not sustainable. So our effort is to convert honey hunters into beekeepers by providing them some skill development, how to maintain a beehive, transferring the technology, how to maintain a beehive, seasonal management, and all those things. Since they don't have fear of bees, now you will be having fear of bees, right? Bees are bad, they sting. So because of only that mindset, each year Bangaloreans are killing thousands of beehives in the urban areas. What do you do when a big beehive comes to your apartment complex? You will call pest control companies. They will come spray everything. In the morning you will see the bed of dead bees. If you wake up early, you will see a bed of dead bees. Let me tell you, they are in a migratory pattern. From here to there, they will be migrating depending upon the requirement of pollination. So if you're spraying something, you are breaking their pattern. So some crop or some vegetation out there will be deprived of pollination. Remember that. Before you call pest control companies, remember that. So this is how we plant, and we gave them boxes with bees initially, and we trained them how to manage the beehives, how to even breed them. From one beehive, you can breed another beehive and multiply them also. So there is a technology. that you have to follow. It is all observational science. It is not like you involving in everything. It is all observational science, and then you divide it, you make more bees. So you create more bee farms in all the tribal villages. Now they are into breeding bees now. Now how do you sustain it? Now we have introduced something, some technology, some idea and everything. Now how do you sustain it? Now all these, even women SNG groups are involving themselves by having this activity. Now when we started, few other people came into the picture. By now NABARD came, many other people came. So this is how we have given the boxes for family, and also we have created all the ecosystem, manufacturing inside the village, and livestock breeding, local branding. By Chhattisgarh is full of mahua trees. Have you heard of mahua? Yes. So if you harvest honey, that honey will be exclusively mahua honey. So you brand locally, you market it very intelligently. Your tech savviness should come like this, the digital marketing and all, and value addition and community facility area, everything inside the system to make it more sustainable. And also, when you do certain things, the bureaucracy will come into picture. He's a collector of Dantewada, and he's so happy that we are doing something so productive and eco-friendly. So we can create all these things. I am just giving you an example of honeybees. You try to innovate things, but don't destroy things. You try to innovate and have an idea that will, give profit to other industries as well, the nearby industries. But we should not take out employment of other industries. So you create such an idea so that it can sustain by providing pollination services, by increasing the agricultural productivity. So there are many things that you can harvest. Everyone is running behind honey, as Balaji sir said. It is right. Whatever you are getting from the market, it is all high fructose corn syrup. It is all inward sugar solution. So you will have to buy honey from the work that I have shown you. If you are buying honey from them, you are providing them a livelihood and you are getting a pure honey. So think like, philanthropy will not work. Philanthropy, I don't say it is not working at all. But doing all these things, you will be doing business. Sustainability can be achieved only when you do a business model. Otherwise, it will fail. Otherwise, it will be taken as a granted. So you create a business model wherever you go, but you work from your heart and your true intentions, and that will give you results. So all these things are open for research for biotechnology. Honey, bee wax, bee colonies, that we know that we can do. Bee pollen is something very nutritious, and it's a approved protein supplement for athletes. And propolis, a sticky resin which honeybee collects. And also royal jelly is a queen's food. Queen only consumes royal jelly from worker bees' plant secretion. She can live up to 3 years, whereas worker bees will die off in 46 days. So anti-aging factor is there in royal jelly. And bee venom, by isolating the melatonin from bee venom, many things are being formulated, including the medicine for cancer. So there are many things which are open for diversification. If you diversify, it will directly go to the community. Same activity, more products. Understood? So these are the things, and also you will have to educate urbaners also. As I told you, don't kill bees. You educate. We are promoting urban beekeeping in Bangalore. Every month we are organizing a workshop. So 40 to 50 members will come and learn about bees and sensitize themselves about nature, and we will give them an access to reconnect to the nature. So you can think of many things, whatever topics that I have presented you. You can think of many things, and you can note down my number, and we are happy to collaborate for the bees. I mean, any innovation, any inventions, anything about biotechnology pertaining to beekeeping or agricultural products, anything. We are open. So thank you very much for providing this.
Is there one pressing question from the students to Apurva? Afterwards, he will be available. He will be available and he will definitely discuss one question from the audience because of the time pressure. Well, they are all very happy with the sweet bee, honey story.
Yes,
They are really thrilled.
Yes, one
Sir,
question.
can you tell more about the royal jelly? Why is it so special?
See, royal jelly is a substance which is secreted by worker bees to feed the queen. So they say that it has anti-aging element in the substance. So that is why queen only consumes royal jelly. Queen does not consume any honey or pollen. So we need some research about that to develop as a product. It has been developed in Russia, Australia, New Zealand, everywhere. And if you check royal jelly and Amazon, there is a product available only for this much. They are charging 1,500 rupees. The commercial value is about 30,000 rupees per kilo. So there is a technology to harvest that also. So it's a clean substance. They call it magic potion to most of the supermodels and most of the old celebrities, they are consuming royal jelly. It's a rumor, I don't know. It's a rumor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very informative discussion. Okay, and I request Dr. Balaji sir to just do a talking about the
make difference.
So we heard the story of the sweet honey from a mechanical engineer, biotechnology. So that means a mechanical engineer can do that, means biotechnologist can do. So I can help in the department because I'm a corporate also. So I can check out the highways. Now we are going to listen to a stalwart who is helping the biotechnology industry. He is an MBA actually. So here is Mr. Subramani Ramachandra. He got his MBA from a very reputed school, Indian School of Business. And of course, the long program that he did. And he is doing a lot of interesting things. In particular, as chairman and managing director of Rainbow Licenses, which manufactures certain biologicals which can help for safer drugs and other things. And beyond that, we should know that he has all the contact addresses, table numbers, all the biotechnology. So you should approach him for your business proposal, tuning of your business proposal, after listening to the sustainability and other talk. So I request Subramani to deliver.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at the back?
No, it's on.
Hello?
Yeah.
I can hear myself. Thank you very much, sir, for having me here and I think came here not for this campus, the old campus. I don't know where.
Next bigger.
Next week, 2004,
5.
So I had hair then. Now that's the change that's happened to me. So I saw your program. I think you had some fantastic speakers. They've spoken about many things to you guys. I'm not going to bore you with technology, but I think there are certain things which we don't get to hear in a biotech school, nor in a business school, but only when you get into your life school of trying to do something. So one of the questions I asked when I came in here was, what is the message that we want to talk about? And they said it's about entrepreneurship, right? About creating more opportunities, innovating, etc. So I'm going to talk about that. And I'm going to talk about that with some of my own examples. And in order to make it a little more biotech, I've chosen to tell you the story through a frog. How many of you know the life story of a frog? Nobody? How many of you know the life story of a frog? We heard about bees. Only 3 people in MBIT have heard about the life story of a frog. I mean, are we serious? No, I'm really serious. How many of you know the life story of a frog? Okay. Sir, you need to do something about this.
On frogs.
I really believe that running a business, whether it's biopharma, recombinant therapeutics, or molecular antibodies, or the new fabs, or even beekeeping, starts from a very primary premise, which I think the earlier speaker mentioned very clearly. What is sustainable? What can be a business? This should be on your mind. Falling in love with just the subject, falling in love with your science will not always make it happen. I'll tell you why. Ideas are plenty. Believe me, if you have ideas today, somebody has already thought about it and probably even tried it in some part of the world. And ideas are as plenty as eggs that a frog lays under the leaf in a pond. Like how many of you have thought, hey, that was my idea when you see a new product or a new concept or a new app that comes up? Have you ever felt like that? Yeah, this I was thinking in my school days and look what happened. But I want to correct a little bit of my introduction. I am really a textile engineer. So I'm a misfit in this world of biotechnology. And MBA, I don't think I learned anything this. So I don't want to accept that. Yeah, I went to a good school, but then I realized that it was more fun to interact and know more people than to try and get my grades. Okay, so this is moving on its own. That's interesting. I switch off the transition. So when you have many ideas and you try to think through how to make this a possible opportunity, well, you will. I don't know how this works. Can you go to the next slide in the meantime? Yeah, very few hatch, right? That's the case with the frog as well, right? I'm sure anyone doing any business would have thought of many ideas, and some of them are still incubating the ideas and they're not yet hatched. And this is the irony of running, whether it's MBIT becoming a college as well. I mean, when it started or before it started, it would have been an idea in somebody's mind. And one of it hatches, right? And then that's not the end of it. It hatches, and then what happens? The first question you'll ask yourself after a few days of running with this idea, or even if you're doing an experiment or a PhD project, you're wondering like, what am I? Because if you have a tail, you are in the water, you have short limbs in the front, you have big eyes. Have you seen a tadpole? Okay, fine. Because we have a lot of bonds around NVIT, or right? You understood what I'm saying? You start off with an idea and say, this is what you're going to be. And somewhere, very few months into it, you'll be wondering, what am I? Okay? And it doesn't end there. Then you'll be wondering, who am I? Why don't you just transition from kind of breaking the. Yeah? No, before this? Yeah, next.
Before that is who am I? Go.
Looks like I missed the one.
Yes.
That's the first question I still ask myself in the morning. Okay? And after this, you become the what am I? Because you're suddenly changing, your idea is evolving into something else. And this is a big confusion point. And that's why I always ask and tell my team as well, I would like to request you all to think about it. You need to ask yourself the question why very early on. Why am I doing what I'm doing? Most of us may have taken up biotech because my neighbor's sister has done it, or because my uncle told me this is a good field, or because NVIT convinced you that this is an awesome course, or because you saw Kiran Mazumdar and you thought you want to be like one. It could be. But these are all reasons that influence us, right? Or in my case, my dad told you have to be a textile engineer. I had no choice to argue. You understand what I'm saying? Many times we make choices because it's about nurturing, it's about influence, etc. But now you're at a crux where you're going to move into real life, probably start a business, start a career. In fact, I was surprised sir was mentioning like some of you would want to do IT or you're thinking of IT. It could be, if that's what you want to do, you will do it, right? So ask yourself, why are you doing what you're doing? The second question I always ask myself is, how am I going to do it? Any company which is going to come up in India should not think that they are making products for India. Because in India we tend to adjust for everything. Like I was coming down the street and the auto which was broken down and the passengers are carrying their luggage and he's cutting through the traffic. The auto guy is pushing it and they're following and helping the auto guy push it. This doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. It's unsafe, right? Auto itself is unsafe. They want us to wear seat belts in the car, but the auto has no door. But what I'm trying to say, in India, because of our huge population, our natural sense of adjusting to things will not allow us to aspire for high quality. But if you want to be a successful business going forward, whether it's for India or outside, make one quality, and that is global quality. So if you're thinking of an idea or a business, one is to say, okay, I'm going to run a small business in a shed, I'm doing biotech, it's not safe to use molecular biology reagents in the shed, I know it, but I can't afford it, so I'm going to do it here. Right? This is what we do. Don't do it. Because if you want to build a great company, you have to think global. Now let's talk about quality. What is quality really? Quality, most people, if I ask even my own quality teams, they say quality is a set standard that you aspire to achieve and improve and continuous process, blah, 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 SOPs, and ISO, whatever. I don't believe that. Believe me, the real quality is you. If you don't believe that you are of top quality, then you're not going to make anything of quality. So just imagine, if you are a quality person, anything you do will be of quality. How you dress, how you eat, how you speak, how you write your email, how you interact with friends, how you approach your studies, how you keep record of what you do, how you write, how keep. We all have bad handwriting, but can you write it neatly? Like most doctors have, right? I can never understand. But at least they don't scratch. So the point I'm trying to make is, bring quality as primary aspect of anything you do, whether it's beekeeping. You will agree with me. If you don't maintain quality, the business is not sustainable. The cost of rectifying bad quality is very high. Indian companies have faced a lot of problems because many times we compromise on quality and you assume the customer is going to adjust their want. Right? Would you like to have a faulty cell phone? Why? It's like that. So quality starts from you. Just think you are high quality. And believe me, from today you suddenly become a high quality person. And that's important you imbibe right now. Whether you do biotech, IT, agriculture, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Okay? So it's important you start defining. Am I low quality? Then don't bother. Take it easy. Just enjoy low quality stuff and low quality won't matter. But if you can define yourself very early on, then that will become your future. So then the question for any entrepreneur is, you start and you have these questions and you come to a point where your business you think is going to generate revenue, you're having an Excel sheet projecting how the expenses will be, how the revenues will be, how you develop partnerships, etc. And then things work. Mostly it won't work. When you start your business, the first few years, don't expect it to be a roaring success. It will never be. But if you have started for the right reasons, the why, and if you're doing it right, the how, what you do doesn't matter. Really. Whether you are pursuing agricultural biotech or therapeutic biotech or industrial biotech, it doesn't matter. Like in fact, our company started as an industrial biotech company. We used to make enzymes for alcohol industry. We used to make enzymes for wastewater. Now we are making enzymes for human health. We are making injectables. So you transition, but for me, everything is the same. If the science is the same, it's only why you're doing it and how you're doing it that needs to change and make it better. Finally, you realize you're a fraud. Okay? By then, like in my case, I lost my hair, I had 4 children. Okay, by that, you realize really what you are much later in your career. Believe me, I find it so difficult when there are interviews for engineering and somebody will ask them, so what do you want to be? How can anyone answer that question so early? Right? You haven't even seen the world, you haven't done an experiment, you haven't got stung by a bee. How can you answer that question? What if you want to be a beekeeper and you're not even being stung by a bee? You don't even know that, right? So it takes time, right? A good ship is the one which has weathered the storm. And only then the ship knows what it wants to do, stay in the anchor, near the port, or be in the sea. So it's very important that you don't hurry to make this fixed notion that this is what I want to be. You'll hear many people saying that I had a vision. I call it a dream. Okay, we all have dreams. Yes, I agree. And dreams have very powerful meaning to where we will go. But this vision is very blurred. Like when Napoleon went and eventually became the emperor of France and most of Europe, believe me, he started off like a draftsman. He used to read maps for the army. He never thought he'd be an emperor. Vision becomes more apparent as you grow in your life and in your career, and as you win every battle that comes in your life, or you lose your life. For example, if there's an ant on the floor, what do you think its view is? Just probably a small few millimeters around it, right? Then you move up a bit, then you can see a lot more. In fact, man used to crawl, right? And then one fine day he stood up. Evolution of man. In fact, man evolved so much because his back stood up and he could use his limbs for other things. And his sight of view became more than closer to the ground. You're getting my point? The point is that you need to grow yourself to elevate yourself from thinking very low and small. You have to widen your horizon. And that will happen as you win battles. Like every battle Napoleon won, he knew what he wants to do next. I heard many great survivors, successful businessmen, politicians saying, I had a vision that I'll be here one day. They are lying. Like if I started a business, I said, this is what I want to solve, this is what I want to do. After you solve, then what? You want to find a new next. And the sum points of all these dots will get you to where you will be one day. So don't complicate yourself. Most businesses will say vision and mission. Really? You know? I mean, think about it. You can't predict what happens tomorrow. Really, realistic. And in a business school, they spend a lot of time to explain to me what is risk. Okay, you will understand when you do business. The interest rate that you understand. The bank will charge you an interest rate because they consider that's the risk of lending money. If you are poor, they'll charge you more because you may be poor. Right? So the whole world has done a lot of research to understand risk. And believe me, there's always, how many of you know the error in your experiments? There will be an E, epsilon in your calculus, right? So if there is an error, that means you never know your risk. So true entrepreneurship, when they ask an entrepreneur, so you're a risk-taking person, how do you manage it? Believe me, that person is not a risk-taking person. He's a dumb fellow, he does not understand risk. Because if he understood risk, like all the finance guys do, they stay in a job. Why do they do business? Are you getting the point? If you really understand risk, then you can't do business. Like I'm going to sell to somebody in India. I don't know if they pay me or not. I'm going to be a fool to supply them. If you're a finance guy, you don't supply them. Ask him for his financial bank statement, collateral, it won't work. So a true entrepreneur is one who doesn't really understand risk. So don't confuse yourself. Am I risk taking? Can I take the risk? Your heart will tell you whether you can do this or not. But ask yourself correctly. Don't get pushed into entrepreneurship. You will fry you. You know what boiling a frog? I'll come to it. Okay, I realize I am a frog. I'm going ahead. If you want to be successful, whether in a private job or in entrepreneurship especially, you have to leverage everything on you. You can ask any entrepreneur. They leverage their friends, family, network, college friends, professors, business contacts. Leverage means not take advantage of. Don't confuse yourself. Okay, leverage more in the sense, how many of you know the fulcrum and the lever? If you want to lift something, if you see someone carrying big boxes, they put a little triangle and they put one fulcrum and they lift it. Because you can lift more if you have the leverage, right? And that's what you mean by leverage. So if I can use Mr. Nagendra to connect me to somebody to get the job, you're leveraging him. If I can use him to give a personal note to the Hive project, right? The Hive. Yeah, the Hive project.
Yeah.
So if he can make a personal note, this person is so interested in royal jelly, can you please help her out? Then he will have more interest to help you, right? And that's what I mean by leverage. So you have to, in your mind, think and be very shameless. Because even in the Bible it says, ask and ye shall get. Seek and ye shall find. So if you don't ask, you're not going to get. In fact, I was surprised. Nobody asked him questions. I have a whole list. I'm going to mail him. So I have a small farm. I want to ask him 10 questions. Why didn't you ask any questions? Have you ever thought? I'm sure so many of you had questions. You didn't ask because either you're not confident or you think you're asking a dumb question. But believe me, your dumb question would have helped so many others because 60% of the people here would have the same question. And this is true in every classroom. I've sat in classrooms all my life and I would want to ask something and I would think, if I ask the intelligent guys, will think I'm dumb. Right? So I want to ask, and I want to understand, I will leave that question in my exam. But had you asked, you would have helped the guy next to you, in front of you, beside you, except the two guys who know the answers. And also you will learn. So if you are in business, ask. If you have to beg, just be shameless. If you don't ask, you're not going to get help. Are we very clear about that? And you have a good prof, you have a good system in this university, you should leverage it. Ask everybody whatever you want. Let them say, don't come to me. Doesn't matter. Be shameless. Has anyone told that to you? Don't bring your ego in business. Okay? And there's only one rule. Don't give up. You know, now you have to squeeze the stock of its life, do it. Because one of the biggest hurdles that entrepreneurs face is survivability. But if you survive in your business for 4-5 years, by understanding that that grand vision is not necessarily the vision, But if I can do something that can keep me going, in about 4 or 5 years, you'll figure out. In fact, most people start a business without asking themselves, why am I doing this? And then suddenly it hits them. I don't want to do this anymore. Right? And then the uncle will tell, you wasted your father's pension. Or your father will say, look at him, he joined Infosys, he's doing so well. What a failure. But things are changing in this country. Earlier failure, when I started, was if I failed, God bless me. Nobody will get their daughter also. Now it's like, oh, it's an experience. Add it, put it, apply for another job. They say, oh, I have entrepreneurial experience, you get a job. That's good. In fact, you want to join an MBA, do 2 years, run the business to the ground, and apply for MBA and say, I've got great experience of running a company and I know what it is to lose money. So I will add this value to my classmates. They'll take it. Some people are using that strategy. Okay, don't do that. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you want to do something, don't give up. And it will come around. Like Sir said in his talk, that if you persist and have commitment to what you're doing, and also not hurting your environment, your friends, that's where quality comes. And I say quality includes environmental inclusion. What's quality if I will, corrupt Berandur Lake and put it on fire? That's not quality, right? Have you ever thought why there's fire on that lake? Huh? You guys figured out? You should provide a solution. So the other thing you should learn to do is say cheese. You know what I mean by say cheese, right? What do I mean by say cheese? Huh? Big smile. Whatever happens. Like you're like, tomorrow there's no money to pay salary, you should smile today to your employees. Understood? They should feel you're going to do it. Now if you forget to say cheese, everybody will know what's happening. Believe me, when you're a leader of a business, everyone looks to you. Even the person who sweeps your office will look at you. So if you are quality, they will learn from you. If you are confident, they will have confidence. If you exude confidence, they will have confidence to solve the problem for you. But if you lose it, so if you feel like crying, go to the bathroom, go somewhere else and cry alone if you want to, but learn to say, I didn't hear it. Say cheese. Okay? Now building the team. The first thing people do when they're starting a business is, they are 4 friends, they're in the same batch. We did this project together. We're all going to be in the team. It's going to fail tomorrow. Believe me, unless you all are aligned for the right reason. You tell me, like, if I'm a finance guy, one is a marketing guy, one is an R&D guy, isn't that a better team than 3 R&D guys sitting and doing the same thing and all of you are taught by same Mr. Nagar? If he's made a mistake, all of you know the same mistake. You get it? I would rather try and get one more professor and it will help me. So choose the team which complements your strength. Right? Don't choose the team which replicates you. Then there's no value add. But if you have to because you like the person or married to that person, God bless you, but give it a shot. Okay? See, in any business, you want someone to look at details. Right? You want someone to be good at finance. You want someone to look at legal contracts. So if a finance guy can do it, great. You want someone to be technically sound. Just imagine, there's an R&D guy who can do great products, development, etc. But he's worried about customer not paying. Can he do research? I don't think he can do research. No researcher can do good research under pressure of financial commitments, payouts, collections. So you need to understand what you need to do. Initially when you start, you do everything, but in some time you need to start separating it out. Else you will never grow. Right? Jack of all trades. Don't get into that. Learn your weaknesses before you learn about your strengths. Well, in my case, I know where I'm good at. So I know what is my weakness. If I can't really solve it, I accept it. When I can accept it, I bring somebody or ask somebody to help me then. So that my weakness is no more a weakness. Either I should learn or have ability to learn. What we will do most time is we're trying to improve the weakness, but you're never efficient. So if you can get help, get help. Lastly, finding partners. You'll have to dance, sing, do everything. Because now if you look at your sponsors, you already have so many in 2008. Did you have some?
Some of them.
Some of them, right? So they kept doing this. Immediately your props, your management kept building relationships. That's why you have so many sponsors. How many institutes in Bangalore today have programs like this? And why do you think they're having? Because their journey, unfortunately, is not given credit. It is entrepreneurial. They are creating something out of nothing. Yeah, they have a hall, but we can do dance here, right? How are they creating more knowledge? Because they are entrepreneurs. They are bringing more partners. They're trying to reach out. Look at your guest list. What I really like is you don't have the big names. That's good. Because you have a lot of people who are in different stages of their business and progress, which actually adds more value to you. Else you will have one, like Abdul Kalam comes here and 15 minutes he speaks. You'll be inspired, but learning will be little limited. So there are leaders who can inspire and people who can teach you basic skills to get on. And that's why I think your program is really awesome. Then you have to keep the music playing, right? You have to stay in business. Any businessman will tell you the success of business is being in business. As long as you are in business, your growth rates, your margins doesn't matter. So don't get confused on share market price or how is your friend's company doing compared to you, or it's taken 10 years and still small. It doesn't matter. Are you in business? That's all that matters. Sooner or later you will hit your golden patch and you'll move on. Your season has to come. Your flowers have to bloom. Then you can pollinate and do stuff. Right? So focus on doing this. And this means sacrifices. This means leverage. This means misuse of friends and relationships to help you in your cause. But stay true to your cause. I have one recommendation. If you get married, don't take money from father. It's a little problem. Then your wife is going to kick your butt. Don't do that. Okay? Then switch cheese again. Because once you build a company and you move to some place, now you have more problems, you have more responsibilities, you have 100 plus people, 200 people. Now you're responsible for all of them. Do not start a business. If you think you want to do your own thing, I want to be my own boss. I want to have freedom. Because that's the first thing you'll give up when you start a company. If a sweeper doesn't come, you will sweep. If a lab assistant doesn't come, you'll wash the pipes. If the finance doesn't come, you'll do the accounting. So please understand that when you're starting a business, you're going to be doing everything. What is freedom? You can't even sleep, right? You'll be thinking about tomorrow. So don't be under illusion that I want to be my own boss. My brother is his own boss. He goes at 12 o'clock to his office. You don't know that he did it last night. You only see him going at 12 o'clock, right? So please don't be under wrong illusion while starting a company. Then you need fuel for the road. Fuel in the sense for business is money. Either you get it from banks if you are eligible. In biotech, R&D financing, you won't get it. Period. Because you need to have collateral, you need to have a business, you need to have margins. Only then banks don't fund R&D. So your chances now, DBT, big grants, EICTE schemes, there are schemes. So you need to go and understand where you can get your grants. Because research doesn't get funded. Okay? Make sure your eyes on this. Always have at least 6 to 7 months of runway so that you can survive that period and then change your strategy accordingly. Lastly, superstar team. Many times we face this problem after you reach a certain size of the company. People, when they get funding from somebody or someone invests in them, they'll go and hire a guy from US or they'll hire a guy from ex-IT, somebody who's now in Monsanto or whatever. Now suddenly you realize that there's no cultural fit. Suddenly you realize each one is pulling in a different direction. You have to build a great team. But why they are joining you, why you are bringing them on, if it is understood clearly, then you'll have a cohesive team. Just imagine you have 5 houses, each one is going in a different direction. Will your chariot move? Like east, west, north, south, and you're going up. It's not going to go anywhere. So make sure that your superstar team that you are imagining are realistic to your business and where you're going. Now this is what I mentioned, burning the frog. Right? The biggest mistake we can do is when business is doing well, you're making some money, is to believe everything is going right and to sit idle. How many of you have boiled a frog? Nobody. Okay. This is what happens. In case of a frog, so they know about frogs, right?
I think they will learn.
So is the frog warm-blooded or cold-blooded? So what does that mean? Yeah, so when it's in a ambient temperature, its body temperature becomes the ambient temperature. So as you keep raising the temperature of the water, the temperature of the frog keeps rising along with it, and it does not feel a thing. Okay, like most investors in the stock market. And then at one point, its internal organs will start cooking, and then it will realize it's dead. But if you put a frog in hot water, suddenly it will jump out. But if you boil it slowly, it will stay there, and you think it's in a spa, and eventually it will cook. So the biggest mistake to do in a business is complacency. To believe you're always ahead of your competition. You should be. But to believe you are ahead will make you lazy and get you cooked. And nowadays in India, nobody eats frogs as well, so you'll be wasted. The other thing that we need to always learn to manage is chaos. Right? Now, chaos can come in many forms. In business, from finance, from documentation, from research work, whatever it is. So one of the things you should organize yourself from the beginning is how do you manage information, how do you manage documentation, how do you manage processes. Like if the beekeeper wants to replicate his model, he has to build a process. If it's chaotic, he cannot scale up. Right? If it's a biotech company making therapeutics, they need to have a process to document the process so that they can even patent it. So maintaining some control on chaos is very important. But the rule says everything tends to chaos. But we have to find order in chaos. And that's the job of a leader or a researcher who is developing a product or a company. Okay? Lastly, this is the most important thing in my opinion. I think I learned most after my education. And I still continue to learn. I learn when I interact with you guys, I learn when I talk to my help, I learn when I talk to professors, when I meet Nobel laureates. The first thing is, what can I learn from this guy? It's free. You don't have to pay a fee. No hostel fees, no canteen fees, nothing. By asking questions, you probably get more educated than ever. And trust me, if you all can develop a habit of voracious reading beyond technical subjects, about history, about evolution, about literature, about technology, then your knowledge becomes more well-rounded. So don't limit yourself to that science book or molecular biology book, because you'll use very little of it as you go ahead in time. Yeah, so we started off as a company which was conserving food, energy, and water. We still do that, but the focus is now moved to improving quality of health. So some of the things we started as industrial products, which was low in terms of regulatory, and we've now moved to the highest level of regulatory. We are the second company now to file for a new drug in India. So all this happened probably because I'm not a scientist. Because when a scientist comes up with a problem, I'll be like, why not, rather than why it won't happen. And you look at it from a different angle, and believe me, as a team, we're able to solve more problems. Because the way we clone, the way we express, the way we optimize, there are no barriers. The biggest problem scientific community faces is not invented here syndrome. Like if you have not developed it in your lab and your knowledge, then it doesn't work. There's a resistance for technology which comes from outside. So if I'm uneducated, I would say in science terms, then my mind is open, right? I could read a book in Chinese or from Amazon or from India. So if you can keep your open mind, you probably will solve more problems. But if you're closed and say, this is the only solution, then you'll probably have fewer answers. I think I took too much time, sorry. Thank you.
It was really we all understood what is the life cycle of a rock. It is almost personification of the entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, please. Take one question. Yeah. Oh, no. Then I will hand it over. Please. Sir. Subbu sir. Subbu sir. I should have heard this talk 50 years back. I was not knowing about the frog story or any of these things. So you are all going to be, you are already enlightened by this frog story. You are enlightened by this frog story, and you will be having that gene of sustainability now. So he has given that very nicely, and now Kendra sir can give you a certificate of mini MBA certificate of this course. It was fantastic. Thank you. And then before breaking to the tea and then of course giving the award ceremony for Subbu, if there are a couple of important questions, I would like to request the dumb questions to come from the audience, and faculty can ask the third question at the last. Faculties will have questions already. Now I want the students to raise their hands and let it be as dumb as Subbu sir said. So that will open up some discussion to the floor. Somebody needs the mic? Yeah.
Sir, how do you realize that you want to become an entrepreneur?
I didn't realize it. And believe me, I was working in Biotechnology for 1 year. And I did quite well for that 1 year, but I needed more money. So I have a bigger family to support. But irrespective of that, I thought I wanted to make more money, and I thought I can. So the best way to do that is to do something right now. That's what I did. That's the truth.
There is one more question there.
My question is Apurva.
Sorry?
Apurva. My question is Apurva.
Apurva.
Oh, yeah.
So he wants to ask question for Apurva. He will be available at the tea break, and then you can ask all the questions. Faculty has a question. Sorry.
Sir, thank you very much for stimulating and inspiring talk. As a faculty, and everybody knows that frog is an amphibian. It can live in water and all sorts. So how do you justify that an entrepreneur frog which lives in water and on the land? Is an explanation for that?
Yeah, I chose this animal specifically for a reason. We could start with human being also, right, and still make a good story. First of all, whenever you want to talk about business or yourself, we have to be good storytellers. In India, we have history of storytellers. Ramayana, Mahabharata. We have actually lost the knack of it. If you watch the scientific presentations or MBA presentations, they're very poor quality. They're just talking, I did this, I got this. That's not the story. The story is to make it personalized, right? So why I chose the frog was obviously I had not come prepared with the presentation. This is the presentation I used in IST in 2014. So I'm using the second time, so I keep that disclaimer. Is because I think everyone's life and every business metamorphosizes. And if I want to explain that story on chains and fins and swimming underwater to becoming a land animal and then having the ability to do both, was more compelling than taking the story of a lion and how it grew and it ate up everything and one day died. Right? So the idea was more to say there are more ideas. Frogs have a history of laying more eggs and few surviving. So that's why I chose animal which could do both.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Thank you. Sir.
Well, thank you, Subramanian. It was very informative. And you are comparing the life cycle of the frog with the wedding and nutrition. It was a wonderful example and the personification of life cycle of the frog. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Ramachandran and ask Balaji sir to give a moment and open up our global.
We will now break for tea and kindly reassemble after 15 minutes. And please do visit the stalls that are put up outside by our sponsors. And I take this opportunity to thank our sponsors AICTE, ICMR, SiteCare, AstraZeneca, State Bank of India, Monsanto, Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceutical Limited, NNDR, BBC, ISTE, Ozone Scientific, Sada Ada, Cyclone, Airless Container Lines, NASA Innovations, DBF Instruments, Himalaya, Evo Foresight and Seed Design. I request all the participants of oral and personal presentations to give present their pen drives and CDs in room number 017 and put up the posters in the toilet. Thank you.
So it takes time to learn that. And you can never go back and like you can do in your career. You can do couple more years ideas.
Is a combination degree.
IIT has something.
I don't know.
I think they do BTech.
Yeah.
How you want to education can also be right? The business, then BTech, and then probably I want to business job. Versus doing an MTech and an
I just, Dr. Mrinalini Limited, faculty here. Yes, I think we met in Nyan Bharti. I just had two points. One was your analogy of the frog, that was one thing. But still, I would wonder why you chose a frog rather than the silkworm.
Silkworm is difficult for most people to relate. And I grew up in a silk factory.
I see, okay. Okay.
My dad used to make sarees.
Okay.
So the point is, silkworms are more difficult to relate to.
Okay.
If you tell a kid
because I mean that metamorphosis is much more.
If you ask
from
to relate to a silkworm, very few will relate.
Okay.
That was very first chapter in life cycle is not
A lot of inputs from your talk, and one more thing I appreciated was you said that word. I mean, as a bit of a feminist, when we use the word, I appreciated your point about do not ask the father-in-law thing, because you're automatically discouraging dowry.
That's a
so
joke.
that was a good point. I really appreciate it.
I don't think it's that prevalent. I think it's GMA. Sorry? GMA to cover it so much. This presentation.
So that we are discussing whether calling for the workshop because lots of behavior is unnecessarily wrongly told. As the first man told me, I saw the office in the but the other please.
Nice to hear you. Actually, I was surprised with one. And I think be able to create that Google level.
Very important.
Otherwise, migrating to
exactly.
We try many things, but it's very difficult to. It should be in addition to what they're doing. Yes. And it's so simple. If you think. It's complex to.
An activity which will be so near to them.
And so they're used to it, and they have certificate monitoring.
Exactly, ಅದೇ ಮಾನಿಟರಿ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಡೈರಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ್ರು ಅಶೋಕ್ ಅಪೋಲೋ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ JNS.
Yeah, I know. I buy it.
ಹೌದಾ?
I'm planning to put one of their farms.
Excellent. ಏನು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟಾಕ್ಸ್. Farmer sweat is not at all accounted for in our milk.
Yeah, that's the only reason milk is affordable.
Absolutely.
Because they're not adding the
labor cost.
Like if you want to have a milk farm and if you put 3 laborers, it will be loss. I tried also. I put 20 cows. You have to buy fodder finished. If you don't have space on which you will grow the fodder, wet grass, your milk business is not fine.
Feed is the main issue in dairy farms.
If you don't get feed, and then labor cost. These two, if you don't factor, then milk is viable. If you factor them, it's not. Like their milk is like
80 rupees,
no, I buy 70 rupees.
70 rupees.
Versus 36 rupees.
But healthy,
they claim organic. So it's better than our all
Correct.
One believe most of the steroids and hormones are being used for cows.
Absolutely.
What should
Antibiotics. Antibiotics.
Antibiotics they will give because they fall ill and all, but they're giving this growth hormone. In fact, for a calf to come to heat quickly, they give the growth factors. So by 7 months it will be ready to get pregnant. And that's
Even for lactation also.
they keep giving the hormone. But normally hormone goes up, but they keep giving more. They should stop. But here they keep giving because it will give more milk.
But they have found hormones and antibiotics also in milk.
Yes, sir, our normal milk is actually
Poison. Please. Bani sir, please. Namaste, sir.
I didn't know that honey we get is mostly nurtured.
There's one more session, 11 to 11:30.
ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಗೊಬ್ಬರನ ಸರ್?
I'm only person. Busy. I mean, the close of the financial year. No?
Correct. Sir, coffee tea?
Yeah, yes. I'm just coming from home.
ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್
ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಹಾಂ ಸರ್. Yeah. Oh, no, actually, I don't use this name.
They wanted for inside.
वो है मेरे साथ कई प्रोजेक्ट
Okay.
बहुत दिनों से आया था
बहुत दिनों से
Last 10 years.
chemistry was organic chemistry guy. He went to some post-doctoral center labs in universities. और तब से कि महालक्ष्मी लेवल का
महालक्ष्मी level, yes.
वहाँ से
Sir, release.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm possible. Not the doctor. What do you?
Just give 5 minutes.
You can go on along. Team must go. Otherwise, you'll be standing with us.
Yeah.
In the next week, I will discuss. Next week, I will discuss. Yes, the training for
advertisement ಸರ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಯ್ತು ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್
Audible? Yes. So we'll continue the theme, energy and environmental being. We have two more classes to go, and one is on managing human health and environmental health. And later on, we will hear from an expert, SPI talk. You're all probably aware of oldest biotechnology industry, particularly in the southern part of India. And they are called that small entrepreneurship. That is called Iyengar bakeries. Have you heard of that? And they have not come up with. They have come up with salt biscuit and sweet biscuit. Now they mix everything, and then that's what we just now get. Sweet and salt biscuit. So they have improvised a lot. And no Iyengar bakery has grows, that they are very sustainable business. Even though the Iyengars are a very small community, minority community, they are continuing their efforts in the biotechnology. That they are there. Whenever I think of Iyengars, I think of Puliyogre. But you cannot get the Puliyogre in any stores. You have to go somewhere. Later on, Iyengars improvised and they introduced another item inside their bakery. That is called cake, generally done by only Christians. Correct? So today we have Dr. Cherian and Vasuki Iyengar join their hands and then improvising the environmental health. And we'll be listening to an interesting talk by Vasuki Iyengar. And in particular, Vasuki Iyengar was also a great software professional. And I think he was frustrated with doing the same bank coding or other things and started looking into other aspects, what opportunities we have. And that's where we have ended up here. and he has nearly 4 years of experience in waste management, and is working director I process in food, India Limited. He started as the meaning of this very important thing is anyone can start biotechnology. So again, for you, all of you young entrepreneurs, you can definitely do. If some MBA person can do, textile engineer can do, mechanical engineer can do, and a computer science people can do. And, myself, a physics person can do. So you can also do. That's not an issue. So he has been composting kitchen waste, growing safe vegetables for over 5 years of his place, and we will listen to him pray on managing human and environmental health. And I request first K to
Sorry, I actually don't accept bouquets, but I have lot of respect and for the whole gesture. But thank you. But I don't. Good morning. It's been about 4 years. I've been working in the solid waste management. And one of the things we also did, me and Vinayak here in the audience, now is actually took our own steel glasses and then went out and had our cup of coffee and then washed it and then came back here. So I carry 2 glasses, steel glasses, 2 plates and 2 spoons in my bag, always. In my laptop bag, I think other than laptop you will find these things also. So, but managing human health, what we do see around us is there is more and more hospitals are coming up, and more and more actually specialization in in the hospitals are increasing, number of beds are increasing, and and I think we visit our hospitals more often than what our parents and grandparents did. And one of the reasons is actually the chemical residue in the food that we consume. And the reason for the chemical residue, I mean, earlier speakers, Apurva spoke about the usage of pesticides, and that gets into the food chain. And then one of the reasons for our frequent visits to hospitals. So the pesticides are being used by the farmers because they are trying to grow on depleted soil, what we call it as. India used to have a fertile, very nutritious soil, and with the usage of excessive usage, I wouldn't say that don't use chemical fertilizers or pesticides, but with the excessive usage, we have reached a point where our soil has depleted. So Dr. Joshi Cherian is not here, but he is my guru, and we traveled together, worked on several waste management projects, and that's the reason, and it is his white paper, so that I am presenting today. So, as I was saying, the reasons for health problems are hazardous residue in the food that is out there, and then food without nutrients. Another reason that we have, we are also facing this issue. Some of these pictures of a landfill, our close by Mandur. There is a very nice video on YouTube called Mandur Tellan. If you haven't seen, please do watch how Bangalore really destroyed the livelihood of a particular village and has made it very difficult for people to live there. The pictures is something that I think we do see around, right? The black spots, that is what is popularly known as, and then there is also these pictures are from the internet. So, and then there is a video of how a straw being pulled out of the nose of a tortoise.
There is a video and on YouTube. Please do watch. And there is a lot of electronic items and other things. So, but coming back to human health angle and how soil health has depleted. So, the healthy soil used to have about 2 to 3% of organic matter in it, and now it has dipped below 0.5%. One of the things that we can do is the Bangalore that generates 5,000 tons of garbage, out of which 3,000 tons is actually biodegradable kitchen waste, and that can be composted and added to the soil to make improve the organic matter level. So, 2 to 3 million earthworms per acre. Now it is only 200 to 300,000 earthworms that we see. And then the 10 to 15 tons of microbes present per acre, now it's a 3 to 5 tons microbes. So, farmer is trying to grow his crop on a depleted soil, and obviously the plants are weak, and he has to go for pesticides to protect the crop, and that's the reason why he's using. But that pesticide is getting into the food that we grow. Now, also there is a fascination for color. We want to buy gobi, which is all like white and shining and has no worms inside. That's the kind. But if there is a worm, that means actually it is edible and it is useful, as compared to the one that we find in the shops. That goes to pomegranate and cabbage, and these are some of the crop that has higher level of pesticides being used. Now, one of the very important thing, BBMP, Swachh Bharat, all speak about two-way segregation, segregate into wet and dry. But there is a third category called reject waste, which is hygienic and medical waste that needs to be separated. Nowadays, I think, they have started actually adopting three-way segregation, both the places. But this all started in our own Kasamukta, Bedandur area, where a team of 15 ladies came up with two bin and a bag concept, and it is a high court order in Karnataka that every household should use this method to segregate their garbage into three categories. And there is green bin, which is for kitchen waste, any biodegradable waste. Dry waste goes into a plastic bag, which is paper, plastic, metal, glass. And then there is a third category, which is something that you don't want any Paurakarmika to touch. Or, it has come in contact with your human body, and it should not be, it's not safe for them to touch it. And that goes into the third category. So, every household should segregate their waste into three categories. And also following the 3R principle. Actually, we used to call sometimes 4R, but refuse and reduce. As I was telling you about the paper cups that you see outside, and also the one-time disposable plates that are being used. There is a whole concept of zero waste wedding, zero waste temples, and zero waste institutions. So we need to actually refuse and reduce. And then also there are a lot of alternatives, because we used to use these paper bags and plastic, cloth bags and many things. And if we have to drink tender coconut water, earlier there were no straws. We would drink actually. So refuse and reduce, reuse and recycle is something that we actually adopt. Now, so 50% of the world plastic goes into those four items. If we can actually ditch those, you will do a big favor to our Mother Earth by avoiding these four things. Now, coming to composting. Whenever we walk into an apartment or a institution and we start talking about our awareness programs that we conduct, One thing they worry about is it going to smell bad? And is it going to breed mosquitoes and that resulting in dengue fever? And composting doesn't breed mosquitoes. It actually breeds flies, but again that can be controlled. But mosquitoes actually breed in stagnant water. It doesn't breed in a compost bin. Also, it doesn't smell. The reason why people ask about the smell is because they would be adding their kitchen waste into a closed bin at home, and after the first day, second day, the porocarnicas don't show up and they don't collect. Third day, and it starts smelling, and that is because it is in a closed container, and the kitchen waste is actually compacting, and there is no air circulation in. So, and that's one of the reasons whenever we conduct these awareness programs, people ask me the question, is it going to smell bad? Now, after listening to all the technology, the very simple method to manage waste, still they will come back after 45 minutes and ask me the same question: is it going to smell bad? Because it's so much in our mind that we worry too much about it. So the coir pit, which is a byproduct of coir industry, when you pull the husk of a coconut, the powder that drops is called coir pit. And coir pit has this great water absorption capability. It can absorb up to 8 times its volume, the water, and thus providing a ability to absorb the moisture that is there in the kitchen waste. Now, the kitchen waste that we generate, which is veg, non-veg food waste, and the garden leaves, but the kitchen waste has about 60 to 70% moisture. Now, every issue that is associated with composting, bad odor, maggot issue, and everything is related to moisture. And if we can add material that actually can absorb that moisture in between, then composting is very easy. It can be done easily. So, Dr. Joshi Tarian from Coimbatore, Pollachi area, originally from Kottayam, has this coir pit based product wherein 10 types of composting microorganisms have been added, which can help compost and accelerate the composting of vegetarian waste, non-vegetarian waste, and garden leaves, and leftover food also. All these things can be composted. Here is a temple in Kalyan Nagar, Shakti Mahaganpati temple, has been converted into a zero waste temple. It has come in 5 or 6 news channels and in the media, in the newspaper. Also, the amount of compost harvested is about 4 to 5 tons of compost, and those are all the volunteers who are standing there. Earlier, temples used to be very eco-friendly, but now there is a lot of usage of one-time disposables, and also bundle all the flowers used on the idol, and everything with the banana leaf and then the one-time disposable, and send it off to a landfill. But here is a temple which has reduced its dry waste generation and then converts all of its biodegradable waste, which is puja flowers and kitchen waste produce, and also the leafy donate that is used into good quality compost. This very simple structure of a mesh type of structure that is being used to compost it, and then again thousands of earthworms will come into it from the ground to do the work. There are tens of thousands of earthworms that were able to work on this. So we have these leaf composters in Kaban Park, Lal Bagh, and many more places. About 25 plus temples have it. We work with the civic body and BBMP, as well as with the politicians, because we need them, because the crowd will come only when they arrive as well. One of the politicians used to donate the sari and food on his birthday. The volunteers went and persuaded him and requesting him to donate 12 leaf composters to 12 temples. This is in HSR layout, and it's all functioning very well. Church, apartments, and then there is this whole concept of Swachha Bidi leaf composter, wherein you can have it on your street, a leaf composter, which is the previous one, and you can adopt your neighborhood. Adopt a highway is a concept in the US where they go and clean both sides of the national highway. Similarly, you can adopt a neighborhood of 10 homes. Accept their kitchen waste and then easily compost it in a leaf composter. So now composting is about actually air-water balance. As I was mentioning, there is an air circulation that is required, and also the 60 to 70% of moisture that is there in the kitchen waste should be absorbed by the browns. So when we call the term browns, means we refer to crushed dry leaves, some amount of this microbial cocoa peat like biocene, and then sawdust if it is from a timber yard, and also urine compost. What we generate, it can be reused, and then it can be used. So these are the two terms, air-water balance and then 50% browns. And then also the compost that we harvest, 50-50 ratio can be reused so that you reduce the running cost. There are containers like this, which are actually simply in we drill holes. There is also a way to punch holes and then make a compost bin as well. So yesterday we were at National Institute of Engineering, wherein DIY, do-it-yourself compost bin is a concept. They are actually have first-year students, drill holes and make their own compost bins, and then go to government schools and other schools and install and then educate them as well. So this is a container for an apartment or an institution. We do have a pending proposal and a quotation with Visvesvaraya Institute of Technology to adopt this method of managing kitchen waste that's in the boys' hostel and girls' hostel as well. So when I'm talking about these things, we have about 150 plus leaf composters in different parts in Bangalore. There is 150 of these containers in different parts of Bangalore as well. And then the home composting, Sadashiv Nagar has about 80 homes managing composting within their homes actually. And then also different pockets in Bangalore. So Swachhagraha is an event wherein we promote composting of kitchen waste, grow your own safe vegetables, and then cook and then eat and be healthy. That is the whole intent of Swachhagraha. And so 50,000 households are composting, and then about more than 1 lakh people have terrace garden. Even though our city is termed as a garbage city in the more TV channels and all, but there is a lot of good work happening in Bangalore, happening around, wherein through Swachhagraha we are promoting different methods, and also apartments and bulb generators are composting using this type of.
What will be the costs associated?
This will be about 60,000 plus, and again there is a running cost and a setup cost, and so that's. But end of the day, so there is an ROI sheet that I am going to come to. This is a world level composting in Kerala, Vandoor, where chicken waste is being composted. The kitchen waste, when it is composted, it is usually typically sold at like 5 rupees to 10 rupees per kg. But when you compost non-vegetarian waste, it sells at like about 60 rupees to 90 rupees, particularly fish waste and chicken waste. And it's a very easy setup that can be done. And Kerala is a state where no waste is picked up from homes, and it has to be composted. And even the non-vegetarian waste is composted in a heap method of composting. So this is the ROI sheet, wherein I have taken only like 4 rupees per kg for a ton, 1 ton to 5 ton. There is a revenue coming from the compost, and then there is a amount associated with diesel saving. If your waste has to travel 25 kilometers to 35 kilometers down to the Doddaballapur road, I mean, even though it's closer for this place, but if it has to come from Jayanagar to there, imagine the amount of diesel being burnt and the climate change that it is actually affecting climate change. So we have taken that amount and then eliminating the need of a compactor as well, which costs that much of money. Now, if we don't look at the environmental value part of it, but again, we can also look at charging the user fee. Chicken shops and many apartments do pay an amount with which it can be managed. So Dr. Joshi has a Hall of Fame kind of a setup in Coimbatore, where entrepreneurs are trained to manage waste with the village, whether it's a village level or a town level or even bigger city level, and they can be still profitable with the whole thing. So the question asked is, as a company, is it actually profitable? It's a big yes. Important thing is to keep it simple. We have seen, I myself, I have a computer engineering background, but computer engineering is not really, but this is like mechanical engineering. But when we tend to over-engineer our products sometimes, and I did that at the temple, and then it took like, half a day to empty that whole container. But simple solution that can really help. Value-added services, we do speak about chemical-free living, sustainable living through bioenzymes that we do. So those things are actually also added. To be a consultant, rather than actually trying to push our own product, we actually talk about advantages and disadvantages of each of the products in the market, and then allow the customer to choose which one they would actually prefer to. Supervision is a very important thing in waste management, and that actually helps. There are a few websites where wealth of information is available. Soilandhealth.in is one such. 2 bin 1 bag is a very good website as well. There are a lot of videos and brochures available, and vendor contacts for garbage management. Stonesoup.in, and then Savita Hirimat is a environmental journalist living in this area. She has a very good blog on 14 composting methods, and her blog is very interesting, very nice as well. Okay, thank you very much.
From students, not one. 2 questions.
Rahul, sir. Forgive me if I'm sounding offensive, but rather than a question, I have a comment to make. My understanding of the environment today is it's deteriorating at a very fast rate, and we are seeking to be very data-driven. I really appreciate your attempts to take care of this. But what I feel is there is a big need to educate everyone about it. Here at the conference, you are an example, you just talked about carrying a steel glass, but not many of us, even when we go back home, will think about you. So if you've taken up the lead, it's like a request from my side, if you could, there's an extensive education happening where you could instill this consciousness into everyone. It will make a big difference.
Sure, thank you. Well, there are actually 3,000 plus volunteers in Bangalore. It's part of the Bangalore Eco team, and they are working in different sections. We do run programs in schools. There is a book called Trashonomics. It costs 150 rupees. It's a very simple book on how to manage solid waste management, trash at home. So it's termed Trashonomics, and we do run programs in schools because we think that the era that I belong to, we have spoiled the earth to a great extent, and it is the new generation like you folks who can actually, this is a subject in their curriculum, and they can actually help at least stop the further degrading of nature. It's called Bangalore Eco Team. It's a Facebook groups page. You do find that information on 2bin1bag.in.
I have another question if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, if we consider our locality, the idea of having a compost in each of our houses, that would be great. But not many of us have gardens. So, what exactly do we do with the compost that we generate in our house?
Thank you. That's a very good question. If you consider 1 kg per day in a household, and a month you generate about 30 kg. Out of the 30 kg compost, kitchen waste, the compost is only 8 kg, that 25%. And out of that 5 kg, you are going to reuse it for the next month. And then the remaining 3 kg, we suggest that you grow some safe vegetables or greens. In the urban population, there is a lot of stress in life. Gardening is something that can help reduce the stress, but if it is really not possible, then the 3 kg can be put around a tree or in a park. Right now, there is no compost collection facility available at this point of time, but it is something that can be reused and also put around a tree in the park.
Well, thank you very much to Ashwini Iyengar. It was very, very educative talk on bio-waste management, reuse, refuse, and recycle. And it is very, very informative that how we can manage the waste and make it biodegradable and biocompostable. At the end of the day, the take-home message is the solution to pollution is dilution. So I think it's a very, very informative lesson. Once again, I request Dr. Balaji to please give over. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Next speaker. Yes, sir. So we have an important important person who is going to enlighten us how he is going to fund all your projects. So it's very important for us. Cash or check, whatever it is, lock. Next speaker is Sheshadri Ramakrishnan. He joined the State Bank of India in 1985. So I was an employee of State Bank of Mysore 1 month in 1971. Now it is multiplied. That is the only wage. He helps. He had several positions: regional manager, Bellary, head of credit processing cell. Credit processing means giving money, not collecting it. Okay? So we cannot collect nowadays. And in the bank, his competency include SME credit, large value credit, large value credit. Remember that. He is currently assistant manager and branch head at SME Pina Industrial in the estate, which requires a lot of funding. And he'll be addressing what kind of SME credit, a few schemes available. Please note down his telephone number, email ID ready. They have already given for certain other biotechnologies to do some fancy things. For example, somebody was raising out of beer and whiskey, everything. They gave some 8,000 crores and he vanished. Okay? So therefore, there is a lot of the same 8,000 crores which has been given to biotech industry. You will be having Amgen's, Genentech's, everything in this. So, but anyway, they have woken up, they are ready, and they are ready to fund and then come out with a nice plan vetted by the previous the speaker, should go and then take all the blessings and then go to them. Shishadri from please.
I apologize for the interruption. The oral presentation participants kindly make your way to room number 017 and the judges for the oral presentation kindly make your way to room number 017. It is going to begin shortly. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. You will be wondering what a banker has got to do in a biotechnology conference. Finance is the lifeblood of any business. So without us, there is no business. That is why we are here today. We at State Bank always felt that we should encourage the startups, and recently that is why we have started a branch called Incube in short, which is located on our St. Mark's Road, which is also headed by a very senior person like me, the assistant general manager, and it is a very specialized branch. It gives you insight into how you have to go about financing your project. It gives you a lot of technological insights about banking, and also we have got a project uptake team which is technically qualified to vet your project report. Basically, if anybody has to start a business, you should have a detailed project report called DPR. So it is very important that you prepare a DPR where the data in the DPR should be validated. You should have correct data. It's not something what you download from the net and just put it there. Whatever data, your figures, everything should be validated, and you should have backup answers for the questions that the bank may raise. Because we are not the government. We are giving the money of the depositors to you. We are lending the money. We have to safeguard that money, give them back the money when they need it. So at the same time, we should also earn some income out of that money which has been deposited with us. So that is how the bank functions. This project uptake team will vet your project report. They will come to your project site. They will vet the project report, the technological aspect, the technical feasibility of your project, how much money it can generate, whether it will generate the required cash flows to repay your loan, how soon this company will break even. Break even in the sense where there will be no profit, no loss. Initially, when any company starts, there is a time gestation period that is required to break even. Not every company starts off with a profit. So all this is worked out by our project uptake team, and this InCube branch is located in our St. Mark's Road, where we have a huge campus there. There in that campus, it's a 13-acre campus next to India Garage, Boring Institute, So you can approach that branch with your project report. You can approach my branch also. I have also helped a few startups to start their business. And one of the Biotechnology project has been financed from this college has been financed by me. And I'm very proud to say that today they have become global winners for. I'm very proud. I'm extremely proud for having financed that project. We are really privileged to have been financed that project. Many of you would wonder how the banks will support you without collateral. Whenever you go to a bank, all of you will always get a question: what is the security that you offer? There are a lot of schemes now by the government which helps the first generation entrepreneurs who do not have security to kick off their projects. There are various projects. I will tell you there are various schemes, government schemes, where the government has given a lot of leeway to the young generation to come up with their new projects. One such one is the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, PMEGP, where we can finance up to 15 lakhs, up to 25 lakhs we can finance, and you get a subsidy of up to 35% in a rural area and 25% in a semi-urban area. So all these subsidies can be utilized. Up to 25 lakhs maximum cost of the project. There is no collateral required. There is a margin of just 15% that you have to bring in, and it's all done through online. It is administered by the Khadi and Village Industries Commission. So online, you can go register, then all your application is processed, and it is also done by the SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India. And ultimately, your application reaches a particular bank where it is processed and the loan is given. So this is one of the scheme, Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program, which gives you up to 25 lakhs loan. It can be done in partnership also. So this is one thing you can just note down, that PMEGP up to 25 lakhs. Then we have the new government's initiative called Mudra, Micro Units Development Refinancing Agency, which we got small project up to 50,000, which is called Shishu. Then up to 5 lakhs, it's called Kishore, and up to 10 lakhs, it's called Tarun. Here also we don't require any collateral security. You can directly give your project report, and once it is vetted and it's approved, your loan will be approved. Interest rates is very nominal. It ranges between 11 to 13%. There also you have to pay 1% premium to that credit guarantee trust. See, all these loans, collateral-free loans, are guaranteed by a central government trust called as Credit Guarantee Trust Scheme for Medium and Small Enterprises, CGTMSE. So this trust guarantees the loan that is given to startups without collateral security. So this depends. The premium ranges from 1 to 1.5%, depending upon the loan amount. And every year, annually, there is an annual maintenance charges which you have to pay, which ranges between 0.5 to 0.75%. This is in addition to the interest that you pay. In some banks, this amount is already loaded onto your interest. In our bank, we collect separately. In some other banks, it is already loaded onto the interest. Then we have got a scheme called Stand Up India, where the SC/ST entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs are encouraged for loans between 10 lakhs to 1 crore. And now it is mandatory for every bank branch to give one such loan. Each and every branch should give one loan under Stand Up India as per the government norms. So you can approach the bank with your project report and the requirement like cash certificate and other requirements. And for women entrepreneurs, you can approach the bank with your. This detailed project report is one basic document which gives an insight to the bank about your project, what you are doing, how serious you are about your project, and how much money it is going to generate. Because we are also a commercial organization, we are not the government. For us, everything has to generate profit. Out of the profit, we have to repay the loan, and that is why it is important that you have a project report on hand. Hope the point is clear. Then we have got the Credit Guarantee Trust for Medium and Small Enterprises (CGT-MSE) loan, where up to 2 crores loans are given without any security. And one of the units which has been financed by us, which has got a root in this college, has been financed under this scheme and without any security. So this is very important because biotechnology projects may be the project cost may be a little more, and this can be covered under this scheme, CGTMSC scheme, up to 2 crores. So the CGTMSC scheme offers a lot of leeway and up to 2 crores you can. Here also the technical department, our project consultancy cell will vet your projects for the technical feasibility, and the economic viability will be done at the branch or the other office wherever the loan is given. So first of all, we will not know the technical aspects of all the projects. So we have got a specialized team which consists of biotechnologists, engineers, civil engineers, so many other engineers are there, or the subject matter specialists are there in our consultancy cell who will vet your project and approve it. And once found technically feasible, then we will check for the financial, the economic viability, and then give you the loan. So all these loans are at a rate of interest of between 11 to 13%. And because the rates of interest are quite volatile and it's changing every 2-3 months, I'm not able to give you the exact rate of interest. But all these are ranging between 11 to 13%, very nominal. It is not usurious like how the private lenders or private what do you call venture capitalists charge. And I was against my friend going to the venture capitalists because they have a lot of hidden agenda. They have a lot of things written between the lines which you will not understand. So always better you approach a bank where things are more transparent and you can get your project loans approved. Apart from that, people who have little money, who have got collateral to offer, we give you loans from the bank's normal schemes, like we have got open term loan, where we will sanction you a loan, and within 1 year you can crystallize on the machines that you want to buy or whatever other capital equipment that you are going to buy. It can be crystallized. So it's a pre-approved loan for a particular amount, and you can get the capital equipment as and when you require at the good rate or after you negotiate with the sellers. Then for the people who don't have enough margin, See, we have a lot of entrepreneurs who have ideas, but who don't have enough money to put in their margin. So we have got something called SBI Smile. That is SBI Small and Micro Interest-Free Loan as Equity. So this, the first important aspect is that the total project cost should be more than 10 lakhs. And 15% is the margin that is expected of any entrepreneur to be brought to bring in the money. But here, you have to bring only 7.5%. The balance amount, we will be funding up to 10 lakhs equity. And that can be repaid after 3 years. So after first initial 3 years, the cooling period. So after the 3 years, within next 5 to 7 years, you can repay that loan which is given as equity. And in between, the bank finds that you are making good profit. The bank can ask for accelerated repayment of such a loan, because it is important that this money is also utilized for other upcoming entrepreneurs. So, if an entrepreneur is making very good profit out of the project, he will ask for accelerated repayment of such loan given as equity. So, we have financed a lot of projects for biotech from our branch. We have financed a unit which is manufacturing azadirachtin acting from neem seeds, which is used in biopesticides. We have also financed a unit which is manufacturing neem oil, which is used again in biopesticides, as well as mixing in the urea. Now this urea was misused, and that is why the government has come up with an idea that the urea should be coated with neem oil so that it cannot be used elsewhere. Then we have, if you are going to form a company and start the project in the form of a private limited company, then we have got corporate loan, and the terms are very flexible. The loans come at a very cheap rate also, anything between 10 and 11%, because what we need is in the company is that it is bound by the Companies Act, and a lot of restrictions are there. So automatically there is a self-imposed discipline amongst the companies which are private limited or public limited companies. So we need to finance big projects also. Otherwise, today we have got people flying from one place to another, and if we don't finance aircraft companies, we don't know then we will be, all of us will be traveling only with bus. So it's all a business decision which the bank has taken some time. When we have financed 8,000 crores, and then all the viability is good, but then the integrity of the person is doubtful. We cannot do anything about it. So ultimately, the integrity of a person is very important. When we look at a project, first thing, two things we look at. One is the integrity. Second one is the environment sustainability. If these two things are not fitting in, then the proposal is not taken up for sanctioning at all, or proposal for processing at all. So it should be environmentally sustainable, and the integrity of the entrepreneur should be of great, without reproach. So you can also come to our branch and see that any startups, we are encouraging startups. We have got few other projects also which are upcoming, which we are going to finance. There's oleorescence from marigold flowers in the temple. That also we are in the process. So we are looking at things very positively these days. We want to encourage youngsters, and all these initiatives by the government as well as by the bank should be made use of by you to ensure that the project is on. So with this, I will thank the management of this college, the biotechnology department, for giving us an opportunity to be a sponsor, as well as giving us a slot for speaking about the banking needs in this seminar. Thank you. If any questions are there, you are welcome.
Questions from the floor? Up to 2 crores they are going to give. Please ask the question now. No? Don't want money?
We want entrepreneurs today because it's going to generate employment. That is why we are giving so much trust. We don't want people to clamor for jobs. We want people to be innovative. People have to generate jobs today. That is why we are very positive about any new projects.
Sir, you are consultants, expert consultants in biotechnology. Will they give some consultation to them whether this project like this to write in this right fashion will be interesting?
Yes, that is why I told the ENTREPRENEURIAL branch is there. There all advisory services are also available.
So that is very important. You should write some proposal and go there and meditate and see whether
all advisory services are given free of cost. So this is there. You can write down the address: ENTREPRENEURIAL branch, State Bank of India, ENTREPRENEURIAL branch, 65 St. Mark's Road, Bangalore 1.
that will be a great service for these people. You can meditate and then see.
Can you know what are the projects so far funded?
Any project?
What type of projects were so far funded?
See, banks finance every kind of project. Only thing for us, the money what we lend has to be secured, and you should generate enough cash to repay your loan. So we don't look at what kind of project, any kind of project. Like other day, somebody here what we have financed is, if I'm permitted to tell, I can say that out of the pupa waste, they are generating omega. So that project has been approved and it has been vetted by our technical consultancy cell. This marigold or oleoresin that if they come, that also will be vetted. Definitely, we will look at things very positively, and we want innovation. See, like the environment is getting degraded now, and we want to see how we can help the environment to get better. Somebody was asking a question in the previous session that how we can speed up this process of the environment getting better. When we are all undergoing a training section where the starfish was washed away into the beach, and one young man was throwing back the starfishes into the sea, back into the sea, and everybody was laughing at him. Now what this fellow can do? So many starfishes are being washed ashore. But then, seeing him, so many people started, and it became a movement. So, like that, we have to initiate the process, and then it will become a movement. Unless we start, you can't expect that movement to be there. So we have to start, and automatically it will become a movement. So thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity. And anything is there, so just send me an SMS, and then I will call you back because sometimes I'm in the meetings. So 944 899 944 899 3318. Sheshadri. My email address is Sheshadri SCSHADRI .R.Ramakrishnan RAMAKRISHNAN Sheshadri.R.Ramakrishnan @sbi.co.in. So you are welcome to ask questions, and definitely you will get a reply. Okay. Thanks. Wish you all the best in your endeavor.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a very, very informative and educative. That explains coming up and lending your money as a part of the road for startup business and even for small corporates. And these advantages that everyone should take this advantage to set up your own industry with the help of Sheshadri sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for information about the various schemes of the bank, to how it can take the loan and set up your own industry. Thank you so much. And once again, request me to follow this.
Great job.
Sorry.
This is my 25th one.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly thank Dr. V. N. Balaji to really run the show like anything, and I really thanks for his gracious presence to this particular event. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you everybody for being such a patient audience. And before we move on to the next session of the day, I take immense pride in announcing that AICTE Biotechnology Limited, which is a company of Paragon alumni, Mr. Srinivas Devi, has won the Global Think Tech Innovation Award yesterday in Los Angeles. So please join me in a great round of applause for Mr. Srinivas Devi and his company.
Good morning, everybody. As the professor was mentioning yesterday, so we were selected by UNIDO to represent India, one of the top 5 entrepreneurs in the category of clean technology. So we were at Los Angeles. So blessing in disguise, I didn't get my visa on time. So my colleague Dr. Moshmi was representing AICTE Biotech at Los Angeles. So today morning we came to the good news that we have been declared as global winners in the area of waste verification. So we are, it's a proud moment. We would like to thank all the professor mentors, State Bank, and the BERAC who have been funding this project. My colleagues who supported this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to you from all of us. Now we will move on to the poster sessions and the oral sessions. So they will happen simultaneously. Oral presentations are happening in room number 017 and the poster presentations will happen in the foyer. I request all the participants to kindly move to their respective venues, and after that we will break for lunch and come back to the seminar hall at 1 p.m. Thank you. There will be a panel discussion after that. Please be present at exactly 1 p.m. in the seminar hall. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I request all of you to kindly take a look at the stalls by our sponsors as well.
No, she's a
OTG cable. OTG cable.
Take it in a while. Is that safe?
He is making a lot of money. Serving newspaper every time. Big advertisement. Every day it comes. Today he's gone. That is what he You know what I'm trying to talk about? In the always the advertisement will be there. All workers for this etc. He may be trying to
Good morning, sir. My name is Vanessa. My enrolled in currently third year. So, collaboration with startup they are actually a pioneer. There is no aeronautical colleges or aeronautical based startups. There is a student startup named Semi Cover and the team is called Facebook Economy. All this what has been he has been doing so far is team is called startup. Space technology and robotics. So they're right now in knowledge partner with NASA. Yeah, they're knowledge partner and they've designed robots and this coming May they have a space camp. So we're going there. Then I'm also working with cosmetics. They're micro-based students. It's again a rocket startup. So what they do is they design rockets and if they get the permission from government, so just like Elon Musk's so
what is your question?
My inquiry is about like change project funding. Right now, how they are getting funded separately, they still do research with they conduct workshops at various schools. So from the workshop, cancer is not so we conduct workshops and that's how they generate so and the next thing is we are actually participating in US competition. It's very difficult so that we have to prepare and I'll be going there and I'll prepare. So this week I'll be going there. So after we collaborate and we discuss about it and get the report done. It's actually they've already done a report, so they've done it and show you the result. For Starboard and it includes VR technology.
So you are into kind of what is your title of your project?
Project title will be rocket racer. Rocket and reusable. Rocket is a little reusable launch vehicle. So when also they're designing rovers right now. these animals. Yeah, it's a space startup. So everything which has got to do with exploring the planet. So this is called like Mr. Mars. So he wants to go to like, I mean, even space mission to Mars. So he wants India to pick up that because there are not many startups.
So I am not able to understand. You want to go on the process either with your practical knowledge or with some.
No, sir. In US, it's a competition, sir. Like you design your, like you take your machine there, and yeah, it's a competition.
You really design a machine.
Right, sir. You are automatic.
Maybe something. You will be doing it. You want to do it here or with this group?
Groups. Yes, I need to discuss with them first thing. Right now they're doing a space camp and that's what they go there a team and show you their labs.
This type of thing is very unsafe. What is the purpose of that?
That's what, sir. I'm sure you can look up their Facebook page, sir. So basically, they're like bringing new ideas, innovation. And this is their lab over there. And they've been.
No. Is there any specific question for me?
That's what, sir. About the funding. Don't know.
It's SBI.
SBI.
Guy who gave the last percentage.
Right, sir.
He is the
Fine,
right
sir.
person.
I know. He's the right person.
You just say that this concept is yeah? This will make an impact. They are not worried about whether it's a biotechnology.
Right,
So they are
sign.
you have to show, yes, I have to show that. This is going to impact like this. And this is going to make money like this. So you have to write bullets. And using this is much faster. And if I develop all development responsibilities, once I develop a material, this will be sold to Antari, this will be sold to ISRO, or this will be sold to different or maybe American company, or Russian company, or Iran, to send any side. You don't get it. Okay?
On the bank procedures, I need to ask you.
You have to ask it. No, this is our plan.
Now, have there been any kind of fundings?
You must be having. We will give money. Then you have to also approach ISRO. You have to approach Ministry of Information Technology. All 5-6 departments have the same proposal. But before they go on with these bosses, they don't charge anything. What is this address? I have this one. But that. Then you apply to ISRO and you will tell.
So what does it mean? So like you said, there is no need of security. So does yeah, because since we need not provide any parental documents or bank balance.
I don't have parents. What are you going to do? I have divorced my parents. So now I am single. What are you doing? No, wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah? But your right to come to this conference and right to return. And again, go back.
Right now,
University day. One of the students noted down his email ID and
right, sir, I got his number.
That's your call. I think somewhere there.
Fine, sir.
Good. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. And do you happen to be faculty?
No, I am a retired person.
ಆಯ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ರಾಜು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇದು ಒಂದು ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲರ್ ಮೈಕ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ರಾಜು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಒಂದೇ ತಾನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು
ಅಲ್ಲ 3 ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ 1:30 ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರಂತೆ
ಅಲ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ ಮೈಕ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಸರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಸಾಕು
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿದೆ 3 ಮೇಲ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ 3 ಮೇಲ್
ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಕೊಡಿ ಸರ್ ಸಾಕು ಒಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಓದ್ತಾಗಂತಾರೆ
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬೇಕಂತ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯ ಇವಾಗ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಮೇನ್ ಆಡಿಯೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರಂತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಗ್ಡೆ ಅವ್ರು ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿಗೆ
ಏನಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನಾನು ಡೆಂಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಡೆಂಟಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ 1:30 ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಇಲ್ಲ
ಅಡ್ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದಿದೆ ಸಾಕು
Can you say she was I asked her. I thought of IC called. He
Light music and ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇದರದಲ್ಲೇ ಇತ್ತು ತಗೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಆಯ್ತು I tell you the first day class. Nothing ready.
Ready. It is ready. Ready, Martin, Papa.
Come on, this is the next one. This one is
Program out madam. Put the pictures in the laptop.
Be careful. This one. Give me minus stress.
This is so much worse.
Especially exam time. And it I'm not trying to worry.
You touch my camera and the world. I know you're not.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮಾತ್ರ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ just let all these simple ways. You're directing, you're just looking around. You go and after you must connect
Yeah, I got out. Now I know. Yeah. Yes. You can go like this. Yeah. When people are coming in, then only I Thanks.
ಇದೆ ಅವರೇ ಸೇಮ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸರಿ ಇದಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಟಿ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆಂಥಮ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಇತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದು ಲವರ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದಿ ಐಡೆಂಟಿ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ನನ್ನ ಫೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಈ ವೀಕ್ಲಿ invitation.
No, I thought it was first was for delivery, second was for
Where is that invitation? This also technical copy. Open software. This so this page you have copy. Remember, this one I can copy and we change using this logic. Some data center is there. 1,111 pages. Now what do you have to do? First, 99. You might have done all the remember that deleted this is already Sri Kartham this one, like this. Remember, now it's a so I will copy the background. That is there. Like this is no, this one. So there we are. Just delete this.
By present.
My direct thing, my goal is today I didn't talk to him from morning. I not talk to him at all. Yesterday he came, he finished it. Then I don't know what is going to be for that. Let me speak up. उसके होते हैं ना तो नाइट से टाइम में line you're going. By the time that is not here, you regular Sri Srinivasaraya. AC, remember Sri Srinivasaraya. No, SRA. Okay. Everybody SHRA activity. Yadu Raki, Krishna Srinivasa, SRA. Yes. Michael. He is a team. First small. You delete all these things. These two. All three. Any changes? You have that inaugural sheet illa print out inaugural illa. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then we introduce Visvesvaraya. Then he will take it.
Okay.
If you have assimilated 5 ideas and made them your life and character, you have more education than any man who has got by heart the whole library. Good afternoon and welcome to the panel discussion session 3.
If you have assimilated 5 ideas and made them your life and character, you have more education than any man who has got by heart a whole library. Good afternoon to everybody. Welcome back to the panel discussion session 3. I take this opportunity to thank our event sponsors AICTE, ICMR, SiteCare, Aspertica, State Bank of India, Monsanto, Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceutical Limited, FNDR, BBC, ISTE, Ozone Scientific, Sada Ada, Cital, Airlift Container Lines, Zasta Innovations, DDN Instruments, Himalaya Drug Company, Inno Foresight Healthcare, and CIII. May I now request the chairperson of the session, Shri Srinivas Raju, to kindly occupy the dais. May I also request the panelists to occupy the dais. Dr. C. Dayananda, E2E Biotech, Dr. L. Subrayan, Spring Bio, Dr. L. Subrayan, Spring Bio, Mr. B.B. Srinivas, Aspertica Biotech, Dr. Sangeeta Nayak, Mr. Shiv Prakash Reddy. Now I also request Dr. Rinalini Menon, Associate Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Sir NDIT, kindly introduce the chairperson, Sri Srinivas Raju.
Good afternoon to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure and I give it my honor to introduce an eminent person like Sri Srinivas Raju, who is the managing trustee of the Chetna Trust. It is said that the greatness of a person is reflected in his own simplicity. And I think it's very imperative for all of us present here that in this day and age, it is not often that you come across a person who is endowed with so much humility in spite of all his stellar achievements. When I requested Dr. Srinivas Raju for his CV, he only wanted me to announce that he's a very committed environmentalist. So I'm carrying out his orders. Being an environmentalist, he's also associated with the NGO, of which he's a managing trustee in the Navchetna Trust. This particular organization specializes in activities like rainwater harvest, tree planting, Vananjali, which is very close to their, it's a cause very close to their heart. Also, they have done a lot of work in the social sector in order to try and improve the quality of environment in an increasingly urbanized world that we are living in. So that is a brief about Mr. Srinivas Raju and this organization. On a personal front, I would also add that apart from environment and other social causes, he is also a very strong patron of the arts and has played an active role in fostering art and culture on our campus. And I have interacted with him in this regard on many occasions. Sir, it's a privilege that you're here with us today. I invite you to chair the session.
Good afternoon, friends. It gives me immense pleasure to come back to this campus for more than one reason. In Biotech, I have a special connect to these two people, Nagendra and Manmohan. The one who represents the passion that I pursue, called as Vananjali, the salutation to Vana, and of course she represents Kalanjali, salutation to Kala, which we have been pursuing not only in this presence, but outside too. When I come back here, I have some sort of a parental affection. I can talk to the trees here which we planted in large numbers. And I remember when I had seen this campus without a blade of grass, you have to believe it. And then I always remember one good officer by name Gaonkar. He gave me a license to take any number of saplings from any part of the estate.
I just dumped about a few lakh saplings here, for which I was accused that we don't have water to drink here, and this fellow is dumping saplings. It took its own time. That's the beauty about this planting. That the best time we say to plant was 20 years back. The next best time is to plant now. And in a place like this, you can see that there is such a beautiful green cover. And if you ask me if I am satisfied with it, no. We could have done better. And the run for us always, as a social policy, that we should have done much more, do much better. As far as that is concerned, the sense of satisfaction, in spite of all this, there is beautiful green cover. And I also see a lot of such programs which are very effective and the dire need of the society is being conducted. And if only few of you take some part of it and implement it in the actual life, magic can happen. I hate the word waste. In the scheme of nature, there is no such thing as waste. And if you only look back and see the waste that we are incurring, and we take great pains to despoil our own environment. As being an urban man, I see that the green waste, which can be converted to manure at the place of its form, is being taken into a high-cost vehicles, paying a few lakhs on it, and then spending diesel to take it, and take great efforts to go and despoil another place. It is the irony. I tell you, I just can't digest it. I wish the institutions like this should come out with an idea that what we generate, which is not a waste, it has to be just converted to manure by little mechanisms. We tried this in our own part, which we have adopted. It is such a simple thing. Have some shredders, make it into powder, and put it into the soil. In another few days, it is ready to be used as a manure. 60% of the haulage of the city can be avoided by this infusion. So also there are so many simple methods. We have lost out implementing simple mechanisms. He is a witness to it when we talk about sea balls. It is such a simple thing. There is no great technology of it. Anyone can implement anywhere. But again, it requires a mechanism for it to happen. We did this about 10, 12 years back in Chintamani, and we have forgotten about it because there are some experiments done in Chitradurga, which is very effective, and now we find that the hills are getting green, with the seed balls that were grown then. This time, Telangana government seems to have taken extraordinary effort. We just showed them how to do it. And the government took it on to themselves and crores were made. Who made the magic? I am so happy to tell you, it is again the Stree Shakti. There are a lot of very inspired women officers who, when they take it, they just take it and make it. And that I have seen the force of the Stree Shakti, and I am happy to see that there are so many of you. I see you as the right who are going to bring in a change. We are joined here for a mission to usher in a new change. And I can go on talk about it, but I would also like now my colleagues to introduce themselves, and let's have a very useful session at the end of it. We would have triggered and inspired them to take a different path and be useful to the society at large. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Srinivas. I'm founder member of Aspatica Biotechnology. More than that, I'm an alumni of this institution. I'm working on waste management basically. So we have a lab to better that. Sir, I'm Visvesvaraya Institute of Technology.
I'm Diamond, working for a company called NSIIEOB. We have our technology incubation at Bangalore Biotechnology. First of all, I must congratulate Professor Nagendra and all his staff for taking this pride in organizing these things. It's not an easy task, to be honest, especially in this particular crisis which is happening all around. It's a tough job, to be honest. I must congratulate him and his staff, and I'm so glad and honored to chair, to be part of this session which is chaired by Sri Srinivas. These days, people are not worried about throwing anything just outside their window. At this point of time, if it just goes out of their house, it becomes a social problem. It is not mine anymore. Anything, whether it is a e-waste or biological waste, anything, if they just throw it out of their house, it is not their problem. Then they blame on the government, the streets, whatnot. You just keep on mentioning things. So today, here in the session, I like energy and environment. And these are the two things that really concern to the growth of the nation. In fact, the whole world. So these are very sensitive issues. Now, probably you might have heard there are a lot of health issues. The environment is the one which directly influences your health. If that is spoiled, it's obvious to get diseases. So what I mean to say is this is very primary thing which need to be addressed at the earliest possible. With this note, I will pass it on to the other members of the class.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Nagendra for inviting me over here. I'm Sangeeta Naik. I'm a co-founder of Energies Biosciences Private Limited. We are incubated at CCAMP and we work on clean energy, bioremediation, microalgae, and enzymes. And pollution, as you all know, is such a big problem facing all of us. Water pollution, air pollution, and solid waste pollution as well. And we all need to be very sensitive about it and use our knowledge to tackle all these problems that are existing in our society. So that is what we are trying to do at Energies.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mr. Prakash Reddy.
Hello. So myself, Prakash Reddy. So thank you for having me here. I am an old student of Department of Biotechnology, and so I am from the second batch. And so my area of interest is, as Srinivas said, environment protection. So I've been involved in various organizations, and I have founded and leading an organization called Visvesvaraya, which is an organization of educated youngsters from the region of Kolhapur area. So we basically we plant saplings and we nurture them. In the last 2 years, we have planted around 5,000 saplings, and we're very happy to say that around 95% of them are growing very healthily. Yeah, so inspired by various organizations like Mountain Hunters, Rajasthan is a trustee, and there are other NGOs, and also in association with Forest Department. Last year, we have spread around 2 lakh seed balls in various city regions across Kolar and Chikmagalur region. So, yeah, I would like to, in this session, I would like to highlight what is youth's role in preserving environment in the next few minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So before I would begin, I would like to mention a few words about department. Wherein I got that how to connect with the people. Networking with people for a cause. This is where I learned that. And having passed out of my engineering, I witnessed a lot of problems in my area for water, especially. So that's when I used social media to create awareness and to bring together all the like-minded people and to start an NGO called Yoshakti. And in 2015, we had a mega, assembly of people. 20,000 people had got gathered in Bangalore to pressurize the government to preserve our nature in our region. And so actually, we would say I'm partially successful in that. Some part we are getting some, good projects from the government. To name few, government is encouraging Krishi Aranya Yojana. In English it's called, create forests in the farmlands by encouraging farmers, and also to plant a lot of sandalwood and other native species in the forest lands which were neglected earlier. So even though the forest department gets crores of budget every year, there was no accountability on it. So when we started involving, we started questioning the government, and then slowly in the last 2-3 years, there has been a considerable change in the approach and also the progress. Yeah, this is what I would like to mention.
I would like to talk about what we are doing at Cleanergies. So the Cleanergies means clean energy. That's what we thought of 4 years back, and formed this company. We looked a little bit into cellulosic ethanol, but moreover, we have turned our attention to growing microalgae. So algae are a source of different like high value products, medium value products, and low value products. Bio oil or biodiesel from algae is also one of the ways in which you can look into energy, bioenergy from natural sources. And towards the environment, our major project that we have been involved in is wastewater treatment for industrial wastewaters. So we have developed one technology for cleaning wastewater of the distillery industry called molasses spent wash. So the distillery industry produces this wastewater, and it is one of the highest polluting industries in India, and there are around 300 distilleries in India, and each distillery produces about 10 million liters of water every year, and there is around 35 to 40 billion liters of this wastewater, which is extremely polluting. So if this wastewater is let out in the environment, it spoils the natural water bodies. It has very high levels of biochemical oxygen demand and chemical oxygen demand, and it has a very dark, intensive color, and it is responsible for all that dirty smell that you get when you are just passing a sugar industry or a distillery industry. So there are not enough sustainable technologies available to treat this wastewater. And after all, it is a bioresource. So much of water, and you can extract energy out of it. So we have used the principles of bioremediation, different principles like microremediation, phycoremediation, and phytoremediation to treat this wastewater and simultaneously create value out of it. That's the whole purpose of this whole project. And we are working on it presently at CCAM. So we produce different kinds of plant biomass, and then we try to get value out of this plant biomass. Thereby, we remediate the pollution, and since we are growing so many plants, we are taking care of the carbon dioxide, fixing the carbon dioxide, and things. So in many ways, we are actually helping the environment. This is a sustainable, like a profitable solution that we are trying to offer, and hence it will be a sustainable technology.
Where has been experimented?
So there are some pilot stage studies going on the sites of 1 or 2 distilleries in Maharashtra.
What scale operations?
So right now we are around 1,200 liters. So we are interested in taking up such industrial wastewater cleaning.
I have a question so as I mentioned, to our region government is executing a project to supply sewage water to lakes in our region, treated sewage water. So they are saying it will be secondary treatment. secondary treated water. So I wanted to know what is the quality of the water once it is secondary treated. Is it good for if it enters underground water? Good for people and also for the cattle. Secondary and tertiary treated is what is the difference?
Yeah, one will have to analyze the water before you really certify it for human use or animal use. And we are our aim is to get it at least for agricultural purpose. So there are certain criteria that BOD should be less, COD should be less than 14, and color should be minimized. So the Pollution Control Board has set these criteria for the distributing industry wastewater. And for drinking water purpose, the water has to be really more pure than that. So one will have to analyze the level of heavy metals and things like that present, like arsenic, mercury, all these heavy metals. And then clearly one can see that water is potable.
Nagendra has been very generous. He's given a number of minutes for us to have family discussions. Also, take questions from you. More elaborate. Then just stop with one saying that he's questioning. If only you start questioning, change will come. You actually don't need to do anything. You got to question as to what is happening to your own money. If that is done, half of our government problems solved. Especially the forest department. I used to interact very closely with the forest department. And I got a gut feeling whether the joint forest. I want to cut the word forest. And I think now forest is too important to be left alone to government or to a department. Because now we have realized the product of forest is not deadwood, but it is water. And once you have water, you have life. So it's also intrinsically interconnected and irrevocably interdependent. And water is a very, very major part of it. Happy to continue questioning. That itself will be a great saving grace for the state. You want to have
I would like to, support your view like what forest department is doing. Generally, what they do is they plant saplings across the road, and then they rains to take it. They don't want to it, and that is the main reason which I have analyzed is the cause for the no progress, lack of progress in forest cover rights. So, and also since this theme of this event is entrepreneurial, I would like to quote an example where an youngster started a company in protecting environment. It is called Save Trees. Many of you might have heard about it. So this guy, Kapil Mishra, who I know, started a company and he has given employment to certain people. But then they go around places, identify places where planting sapling can be done, and they approach companies for funding. But they have CSR funding, and they have been doing very good job. And they are even planting saplings for farmers for free. They dig the pits and they plant and they provide manure as well. So there is a lot of opportunity in this space. And as I said, for waste treatment, create manure out of biomass. So it's a lot of opportunities which we can simply invite students which we can explore.
Listening to her as a reminder was one of the biggest assignments Hyderabad has got is from a company called as Carlsberg in Davos. Now the task given to them is, as told, that to generate 1 liter of beer, they're using 3.5 liters. The task given is you get it to us in 2.5 liters. Then if they say 1 liter of huge production, it will be a big sale. So these sort of initiatives are slowly coming, where people are becoming more sensitive to nature, and I've been always clamoring that in our culture, we've been always made to realize that we have to be very sensitive to ecology and environment, especially to water. We have some roots there. We got to get back there, and things will happen. And it will give it to the next gen to make it happen. Like what we said, the same trees. There's plenty of opportunities for people to have a private enterprise, to plant trees and maintain. We have got to go a long, long way. Now I was told that the cover what we have is about 18% to 20%, even in our state. It is not that we can match that of Japan. Any wild guess what is the forest cover of Japan? It's quite good. You can make a wild guess, anyone.
30%.
30%. Yes, sir. Any more figure? Sir? More? Any other figure?
90%.
It's hovering, could be very nearly 70%. Yeah. 70%. And I know once we have our forest to be intact to about 50%, we don't have to worry of many things. Look for our good living, we need only 3 things. Pure air, clean water, good earth. All the 3 can be provided only by the tree cover, vegetation, forest, whatever it is. You got to keep that intact, things will start happening. So we've got to go a long, long way to get back that cover. At least we should target to 50%. It's not going to be easy, but today with the technology, all along now I say it's just not the mantra, tantra, yantra. We got to use drones to plant trees. We got to use aerial sowing, which we are going to try this year. This has been my dream for the last 10-15 years. This year I think it's going to be realized. Like we use aircrafts for for the sowing, aerial sowing. How much of it will be successful? Let's see later. But we got to get it on. And if this sort of an effort is made for the next maybe 10-15 years, we will have built up a little bit of a good green cover. So this is a long way for us to go. You have a great future, provided you all get involved into it and make it happen. I have now requested Dr. Dan to give his presentation.
In my company, I work on natural colors. So, the clothes that we are very fancy about colors. There are a lot of colors that we use in foods, beverages, textile, ornaments, whatnot. So many places. So I slowly wanted to replace these colors by the naturals. In food, especially in beverages, cosmetics, and in any industry for that matter, any industry, whether it is a food industry or a pharmaceutical industry, nutraceutical industry, dairy, whatever the industry that you mentioned, it requires money. We cannot establish an industry without money. So, what is so crucial and what is the especially once I talk about our textile industry, there are a lot of synthetic dyes, including me. Everybody uses that, right? So, is there any alternate natural dye for such clothes? So, basically, what I am pleading is, and what I am requesting, including myself, can we just start wearing one cloth a week, which is naturally dyed? It is totally possible. Yes, there are a lot of coffee companies they make it. Even Chandipatna and all, yes, they do it. So what I mean is you are also supporting cottage industry, and at the same time you are helping to minimize these kind of synthetic colors and dyes that are getting into our water bodies. So here I am trying to bridge this gap by identifying few natural colors which can go into pharmaceuticals, which can go into foodstuffs, into your nutraceuticals, and into textile. And I'm looking mad, I'm trying to get it down to even printing. I'm just trying to do that. Because whatever the material that you see, it is a selling point. Without colors, it's not that easy. So this is what I'm at the moment working on. And actually I'm working on 3 different verticals. One of the vertical is natural colors. And my other vertical is soilless cultivation. Soilless cultivation. Because there is no air. If you just go around in Bangalore and pick any place, you will be crying, what a fertile land mango is. If you just soak a seed, it just grows. Wonderful, wonderfully fertile land. And it is just covered by concrete forest. It is just a concrete land. So at this juncture, is there any way I can help with something like a root garden? And there are a lot of prayers in it. But I'm just trying to develop few technologies which can be commercially viable. What I believe in, if you give some alternate which is commercially viable and people certainly accept it. Since it is entrepreneurship sort of a program, what I give you guys is, if you find something, some sort of a technology, some sort of a intervention, even with a social motive, even with a environmental cause, which you can sell it, which you can really make it profitable, yes, people are ready to accept. This is the reality, and this you can certainly do. And if you just go around, you can find thousands of ideas. So many things are just wrong. Even today, I just last week I went to one designing to design something with a mechanical engineer, and he was also manufacturing some sort of a very small machine, which cost roughly 20 to 30,000 rupees, and he is selling to the Sri Shakti Sangha. They use this Arakanat thing and making blades, and there is a good value for it. Even the spoons, Araka spoons, they are selling like 2 rupees per spoon. And there is a huge demand for a good quality work, even in abroad, even in domestic market, but not only makers. So what I mean to say, there are a lot of opportunities just next to our door, in our place, in our neighbors. So is there any possibilities where we can bring in and bridge in these kind of things? It is possible. So that is one of the what I call natural colors. Second colors I am working into hydroponics, aeroponics, where I want to provide. There are a lot of I got into growing things. What I am trying to do is I am a technology developer basically. I develop technologies, and I develop technologies that are scalable, that are sustainable, that are economically viable. These are the 3 general mantras that I use. If it is not scalable, if it is not viable, if it is not sustainable, that's not my technology. I wouldn't even call it as a technology. Whatever so the pattern or whatever profit margin could get it back to me. So because at the end of the day, it should be scalable, it should be sustainable and viable. With these 3 things in mind, I'm trying to develop technology intervention in this area also. Another third area, which is into wastewater treatment, where see now in the future, what is going to be expensive? Why future going to be? Water is always expensive. If we cannot handle water properly, things are going to be very serious. You never know the drink bottled water. What we see is whether E. coli is there or not, are there any heavy metals on there or not. Only few statistics that we study, and we call it as a pure water. But my question is, does it free from antibiotics? Does it free from xenobiotics? There are a lot of chemicals that are already there in the bottled water. All personalized drugs that we take, paracetamol or an antibiotic, ultimately metabolized and get into the water bodies. Are we checking for those small molecules? So what I mean to say is getting pure water is a tough job. And no such standards are in place. Even the milk that I drink, even the milk is contaminated with heavy metals. Milk is contaminated with pesticides, insecticides, antibiotics, growth hormones. So something which is liquid, now I need to see with very doubtful eyes. So that is the era that we are living in. So here, if you can think in these directions and find a sort of an opportunity in there. Say for example, if you are trying to develop a kit to detect some kind of hormone in milk, or you can develop some sort of a system where the milk is free from insecticides, pesticides, growth hormones, antibiotics, and so on. So there is no such thing that are really available at the moment, and no such guidelines or given by whatever the regulatory authorities. So with this brief note, what I mean to say is there's a great opportunities if you can take it down and see things little closer. There is a entrepreneurship opportunities that are available, and you being a life science students and a biotech graduates, certainly you can find and develop technologies that can be disruptive in nature. With this note, I can be happy to take up questions of the chairperson of the meeting. Thank you.
We at Aspatica, we are actually working with, as all other panel members have mentioned, we are also working on waste purification, conversion of waste into some value-added products. So we actually started our work with oil palm industry. Slowly we diversified into specific part. So from palm oil industry, we found that we were in need of some oil that can be converted into biodiesel. We actually started with bioenergy. Then we realized that silk pupa was a good source of oil. After extraction of oil from silk pupa, then we realized that silk pupa is of much higher value than bioenergy. It was rich in omega-3 fatty acid, 60% omega-3 fatty acid, much higher than all the expensive sources like fats, oil, sugar, which is okay from energy. So we diversified into nutritional sector from bioenergy sector to nutrition, and we started extracting omega-3 fatty acids. Later on, after extraction of omega-3 fatty acids, we were left with the discarded pipette out of the cake. After extraction of oil was rich in protein. Now we are giving it as a nutritious supplement for pharmacy and aqua. This is how we actually started our work, and slowly we started building our own team, like the fresh minds coming up from engineering and the master's students who work with us. We started out with alternative applications of the same. So not only restricting to usage of silicon pupa in extraction of omega-3 fatty acids, there was one team that started working on using this as a substrate for growing mushrooms. Now we have been able to demonstrate that we are able to grow world's costliest endangered mushroom, medicinal mushroom for body cells, which grows only in Himalayas. We are able to grow it in our lab here. So another application of silicon. Again, when we were working with entomopathogenic fungus, there's one particular team, they said, we are working on nematodes, agriculture-based products. So they said, so can we raise nematodes also on waste silicon? And there is a particular team that came up when they started working. And now they are successful in raising nematodes on waste silicon. And this, there is a company built up across each product that I am working on. So there is a score where we have a grant of about 25 lakhs by the Biotechnology. It's the name of the company. The panel member when he came here for judging the project, he said only one thing. I know nematodes can grow on insects, but I doubt that it will grow on pupa. That will grow on a silicon pupa. You just show it, I have sanctioned your project. And our students are able to show it right across the table, and it was sanctioned. So there are so many things that not written in textbooks, but still unconventional. You can think about, and I think this is where professors will start encouraging students to do something that is unconventional. Most of the time, students are motivated to get into projects that will lead very good results, positive results. So there is we should also think that even for example, Kashif is also used as a recently got a PhD project. The same one is, he had some concepts was not acceptable to many people, even including me. I didn't have much confidence in what he was doing. So there are things that Professor Nagara had a lot of encouragement, and he has a grant now, he has incorporated. So I think we should start looking at different applications, even though as at a B student level, it's a wastage of research. In that span of time, they get lot of capacity to write a project, to work on something new. The knowledge never goes waste on what we are trying, irrespective of the research. So actually, a couple of days back, I was just going through some literatures. So some old textbook which was mentioning about a scientist, British scientist. So they had written So he said he was working on some particular project. I don't want to mention his name right now. So he was working on a particular project. Then someone said that there is a thesis written in German language. So you go and read it. He went and read the thesis. So there he read a sentence called "Vowels can be electrically transferred." That's the translation he got. So after reading this, he came back and tried on his own. Several attempts. He made several attempts, and finally he succeeded in doing this. After doing this, he realized that what was written in thesis was vowels can be electrically produced, but he read it as transferred. Even he read it as transferred, he was able to come back and he was able to transfer it. And the name of the scientist is Alexander Graham. He invented telephone just because he misread some sentence, and he had confidence that he will be able to do it. So somebody has done it, why not I do it? So even if there is something unconventional, so we have to try it out, and that is what is the need of the hour. We have to do things in a different way, because several scientists have written so many theses about waste management. PhDs have been done. Instead of going into a same conventional method, we have to have a cross-functional departments working together. We have to develop new technologies. That is my opinion.
Then I think a lot of new ideas have been thrown on. That we have to be different, we have to be innovative, we shouldn't have a fixed mind, keep our mind open. And so also Dr. Diamond had many things to say that technology, innovative. He used three words which are very, very interesting. Scalable, sustainable, viable. We have been seen from the forefront. I don't have any background. But there's a great opportunity for employment in this sector. Except that we've got to see that it is not to be given away to giant. We should create smaller areas, and within the smaller areas we have to have replication of these industries, especially the water. And another very beautiful thing which you mentioned also about the milk. We never doubted what milk is to be about. We thought it's coming from cow and it would be the best that we can have. It's not so. There can be poison in it. There's a study made in America where they found out that why the African gene was acting a little indifferent. They were not becoming huge. And they found out the reason is because of the milk. The cows were being fed unnaturally with the maize. Because they had extra production of maize that was grounded, and to get it digested, they pumped out a lot of antibiotics and some digestive, hormones and all that. And eventually they found that the milk that they got out of it was more dangerous than for human consumption. So now attempts are being made in our own state. Dr. Jain has come here. He has initiated the concept what we have been talking about. So having smaller farms and making sure that there is a connect between man and the animal, to confine the organic farms to only about 25 numbers, not more than that. And whatever is required for the cows, except a few supplement, it was already being grown within that farm. It's a very beautiful concept. I think it's getting into practice. Likewise, every sector there's tremendous potential, and I think people like you've been talking about hydroponics and aquaponics. That is also coming into Bangalore now. And what you feel is also what I feel too. That the soil what we have, especially in Jaipur, is marvelous. It is like that lowly soil what we have is so good for especially agriculture that we are really losing out. We're sealing it with concrete. It's a sad thing, but anyway, I'm happy that we're about it. And when we have this sort of soil and the weather what we have in Bangalore, nothing is impossible. You can grow anything, you can expect anything, because nothing is very harsh. So I would now request the questions to flow from your end, and then the session becomes effective and productive. Please.
Sir, my question is to all of the panel members. Sir, knowingly or unknowingly, so much of biohazardous waste is being thrown into the environment by the laboratories, and I don't know about the industries. With my experience, I can say that so much of bio waste without sterilization, they are throwing the medias, the cultural medias like microbial media or plant tissue media into the environment, and that maybe due to the negligence of the user or the plastic products which are coming like disposable petri plates. So they can't sterilize this and so that they are directly dumping into the environment. So how can we overcome this problem, or what are the measures we can take, and how can we give the voice to the government?
Yeah, the very basic principle which is taught in school: reduce, reuse, and recycle. That is basically how you should reduce the waste. And we all need to be more conscious. And if you are using plastic plates, then you have to really think and use, reusable glass plates, because then you are not making that kind of plastic pollution. Although you will use some little bit of water to wash them and reuse them, you will not be making one garbage pile of plastic there. So each one of us has to be more thoughtful, use less plastic bags, less plastic items, be more conscious about how we are disposing of the waste, and try to mostly you try to recycle that, give it to people who are going to further recycle it, and then it goes in a properly managed way. So those are actually the ways to take care of the environment as well as pursue your own activity.
Theoretically, we are studying 3R principle, the environmental studies, but I think so many of us not following the procedures. The biohazardous waste, we definitely are going to get a great thing with the biohazardous waste, what we are doing. And thank you for.
I certainly agree with what Madam said. See, what I mean to say is, in every institution, whatever, whether it's a company or a college or an individual, one should go with the regulations. Whatever the work that I am doing, I should, and there should be a sort of induction program for the new members. If somebody is coming as a new researcher, or as a new company, or as a new lab, or even the professor, whoever joining into our team, we should go through an induction program where we need to say, if you start with this, it has to end like this. So make sure that you are following every regulatory aspect of it. That's the primary thing. And recently, probably you might have seen, High Court of Karnataka intervened and said every apartment complex, which is having over 20 apartments, should have an STP plant. And this is off the record. I'm just saying, most of the STP plants that are operational in the city, they are not in compliance with the regulations. And one of the technology developer who came to me and who discussed with me, and he said, "Sir, I went to many apartments, and only on records it is under compliance, but in reality, when I analyze the sample, it is not." And then I said only two things: either the technology is wrong or the regulation is wrong. Otherwise, it should be operational. So, what I mean to say is, of course, being a pollution board should have more. They should do their justice. They should do that analysis or whatever. If you get such kind of a hint saying that somebody is throwing something without reading, and of course you can say, if you see something, yeah, please don't just throw. You cannot apply it to it. Even the usable petri dishes, you need to sterilize them and then throw. You cannot just throw as such. So there are compliances that we need to follow.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is to you regarding the natural colorants. Wanted to know a little more about the source of these colorants and how they have come as alternative sources for the synthetic dyes and the impact it has made on the global.
Good question. No, ask him to say.
This is a real challenge. See, you cannot ask a word for a silver prize.
Sorry?
I mean, you can't get a word for silver prize.
Yeah.
So obviously, if you are going for gold, it's quite expensive. But there are certain alternatives. It's just an idea. Every year we celebrate Holi, right? And we use synthetic dyes or colors or something. If you go to any temple, at the end of the day, all the flowers are different. They're color basically. You just powder it, mix it with some atta, and then you celebrate Holi. Simple interventions. It's not expensive, but still you can do your whatever the religious or whatever the practices one could follow. So what I mean to say is, if you just look around, there are always opportunities, and that's one thing. And this afternoon, one of your colleagues, Rajendra, was discussing it. So there are a lot of food waste. They are basically rich in caffeine. After peeling the fruit, and we just do. Can we extract such colors? Obviously, yes. There are a lot of opportunities where we can really make those things available. But when it becomes more practically possible, when you have a stringent policies or in place, many industries they don't pay for water, and many industries they are not in compliance with the regulations, and they show these are the dyes that are at cheaper price. If they go through the rigorous cycle, then the cost of production is also to an extent which is not become so cheap. And for the matter, if I am not wrong, only 8 natural synthetic colors for food is being released or permitted. But you see over hundreds of synthetic colors are being used. And who is the watchdog here? I don't know. So what I mean to say is, to meet that financial, economical viability is a way to go ahead. I mean, it takes some time. But meanwhile, if you are looking at colors in perspective of a pharmaceutical ingredient or beverages ingredient and food ingredient, obviously we can compare food ingredients. And recent report says, say for example, astaxanthin, synthetic color and the natural color is almost on par, almost close to each other.
So mostly, as far as the products pipeline, mostly plant derived.
No, I'm using algae and the plant, and in some cases yeast also. So I'm using the different varieties, and my dream is to look for desired organisms. I have an organism which is being designed to synthesize certain chemical, so like a sort of cell factories. I'm basically a synthetic biologist. So that is a regulatory issue. Before I cannot invest money or I cannot convince an investor to invest in such kind of activity. But in an alternative manner, I am trying to produce this.
I asked about plant derived. There was another ramification to that. Animal origin. There are mixed opinions about that. So I was just curious to know.
There are people using marine fish and things like that to extract this. So that is also there. Even from shrimp, people extract high quality acid, and which is quite expensive. Which is around $3,000 to $4,000 at least. So there are some places where people have some technologies in place, but is it scalable? That's the question I'm asking. So once you ask for scalability, then you should have a source which can be at scalable level. If I can go for some fruits, if I say, how many fruit trees can be grown? You got my point.
Yes.
I actually have a question too. Two questions, both of you actually. The simple question is thinking about non-fertile land. You're talking about Bangalore being fertile. I'm talking about the lands which are not fertile. Can we have an implementation where we use saprophytic fungi to enhance the roots of the plants that can grow in that region? One. Two, sir, talking about natural colors, we know that blue is almost impossible to find naturally. The color blue is almost impossible because there is no natural occurrence of the color blue in all occurrences. So, the solution for that would be something.
See, blue color is being produced by a cyanobacteria. Cyano means blue. Then the spirulina, probably it's one of the oldest technologies available. From last century, people are using it. And Ms. Salita Nayak is also working on some of those cyanobacteria. And in the lunchtime, she was asking, I'm producing some phycocyanin, are you interested in? So what I mean to say, there are a lot of companies that are already producing these phycocyanins in large quantities. So it's already available. And somebody I read quite a couple of weeks ago, somebody developed a beverage out of it. They taken some coconut milk and added some natural color into it, and they're trying to promote it as a health drink, like a natural electrolyte. There are a lot of opportunities that are out there.
Orange red color is extracted from marigold flowers. The orange red color, it is extracted from marigold. As yellow and orange flowers. And they do contract farming. They are doing contract farming to grow to get the flowers grown, and they are extracting this color from these flowers, and then they are using it in the food industry. There is one industry in food, and they export business.
And one good thing or bad thing, I don't know. Unfortunately, most of the nutraceuticals and natural colors, they are exported. They are exported. So most of the companies, I do get a lot of inquiries saying that, are you producing natural color immediately? I said, please wait, I'm still in the stage. What I mean to say is, there are a lot of demand which is coming from abroad. They are unable to furnish the export market. And there are a lot of companies that are into natural color. They declare and they say 100% export company. 100%. Even if you write an email saying that I want a kg of marigold color or a bitter carrot, they say 100%. Seriously, it's happening. So what I mean say, in India also, there is a huge demand for natural colors, but the market is like that. Unfortunately, we cannot. Finally, finance is the one which runs the whole system. Whatever I can say on the dayas, it's not that easy. But once somebody pay more, obviously people export it. That's why you might not see natural colors that are produced within India in our own products.
Now people are exploring about marine biology, marine sources to related to these pigments.
Yes. So there is a algae called Visvesvaraya, which is technically proven, and one madam in Hyderabad, in Osmania University, she developed a wonderful technology for this marine-based beta carotene. That is possible. There are a lot of marine bacteria and marine algae that are able to produce these colors. You have seen sometimes certain bacteria, they don't produce pink color, very rare colors. You probably sometimes have seen like a contaminant. But nature is wonderful. If you just keep observing it, I've seen, once I was doing an experiment, I see agar-eating bacteria. Yeah, my brain was just eaten up. I said, where it gone? It just liquefied. So, sometimes nature throws a lot of opportunities. I don't have to isolate them, but I've seen things can happen. There are a lot of bacteria that thrives on petrochemicals. It's a wonderful thing. When being a life science students, obviously there are a lot of opportunities out there. We just have to see look.
The desert, it's a non-fertile growing of plants using saprophytic non-fertile.
Okay. Non-fertile and fertile.
No, see, no, what I asked was, we understand that Bangalore is fertile, but I'm talking about the lands north of Karnataka.
Okay.
Like there are lots of non-fertile lands. So what I thought was, we could use fungus to enhance the roots of the plants.
Obviously, there are opportunities. You can certainly do that. But my question is, when you have a fertile land, you are not even using it. I'm really, it's a very pathetic. If you just go out of Bangalore, farmers are coming out of farming. See, it's a serious question. It's a very serious issue. Even our food habits got changed. Even probably you might have seen in the market, now people are getting back into the market saying that millets are good. In fact, South India was a millet belt. We were all grown up, in my childhood, I used to have a lot of millets in my plate. Now the same thing they say, millet is good. And if you just change from rice to millet, the water usage becomes almost 100 times or maybe 500 times more. Most of the crisis of water might not, you can see. If I'm not wrong, 1 kg of rice you need 5,000 liters of water for irrigation for 1 kg. Probably for millets it's maybe 1 kg 1 liter, somewhere there. Or 1 or something. The statistics are so beautiful. So what I mean to say is you need to see a variety which can be grown in your land. If you bring something and if you want to make that land to grow something like exotic, it's like a tough job. So you want to see an intervention, what I supposed to. That's why our forefathers, they knew that for this weather, in this condition, this arid condition, what I need is a millets. But now the whole food habits have changed. Even if I talk about some millets, most of you might not know what are the recipes. But you are millet by Andhra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, some parts of Maharashtra, you are only growing millets. Just in the name of green revolution, I'm sorry, get trained the direction and it will be discussed in length and depth. But what I mean to say, for business people change our habit also.
Sir, I have a question. As is, expertise in this environmental thing, how much of e-waste, so much of e-waste is produced? So just I wanted to know what is the action which is taken across this, because we read a lot of articles every day. Just we read. There is what is the action which is happening across the government or like sectors like you? Because it's a big problem now. Apart from the plastics, e-waste is a big issue.
A couple of months ago, one committee from France visited me. The company, there are basically 3-4 MBA students. They made a sort of a company. And they are looking all across the world, looking for some companies, those who are working on environmental cause. And they happened to visit me also. This is called Eco-Circular or something, the company. And probably if you visit the website, Eco-Circular, they have visited few companies that are working on recycling e-waste. And basically it is called circular economy. Whatever you call waste, you can put it back into the economy. So circular economy or eco-circular. So there are eco-circular. So now people are coining these dozen words and they are trying to make use of these ecological waste into some sort of economical cycle. They try to bring it back into the ecological cycle. So there are efforts happening, sir. But since I'm not a specialist in that e-waste or the what about the soft waste, which are not really, but there are companies that are seriously working on extracting some of the specialized metals and some precious things out of it. Such kind of companies are in place.
Because of all these things, most of the soil is everywhere, as Srinivas has said, like it is getting polluted. Like maybe around 4 to 5 feet of the soil is getting corrupted. So at the end of the day, it's very difficult to grow whatever these foods are. So getting toxic.
Literacy is a huge problem.
Yes, sir.
There are rules and regulations which are not followed. There's plenty of opportunity for this e-waste also. Because Bangalore has grown beyond anyone's expectation or imagination. And there is so much of e-waste generated. Whether it's all being circulated or whatever it is. I think again, I find that there's a lot of opportunities for small enterprises to take to it. And you know that we are all used to the tinkering, reusing, and reusing. That we seem to have lost out on that. Again, we've got to get it back. In our old generation, my father used only 2 cars during the entire lifetime. But here, every 3 years, it's a fashion to change a car. And we see that so much is being circulated. And I was told, I don't know, that the car owning population in our country is just about 3%, as compared to America, about 60-70. Imagine that even if we take to the lifestyle, is it possible? No. We cannot be so irresponsible also. We want to see what are the methods that we can have. And there are good examples down in Japan and some places where they are using their resources very effectively. So also in New Zealand now, they have a department called Department of Material Utilization. Anything that they have used, they've got to see that whether it's worth it to be leased. And anything that happens in any part of the earth has a direct bearing. As I told you, that everything is intrinsically interconnected and irrevocably interdependent. You cannot keep quiet with just someone at the top doing it has no bearing. They're all connected. And I'm so happy that there are so many issues. There are opportunities, and we've got to see how we can change. But only one thing as a responsible culture I can say, that we have to be responsible citizens in the way that we count our living. We had one word for that earlier, karma. We have to learn one thing from the North American culture, not the one which we see now. These are the vanquished, finished civilization. No, there used to be one original North American, original Indian culture for which they had victims. If you want to use a thing, and if you can count and say that this can be accessed by my 7th generation, you go ahead and use it. If not, don't use it. The most of the things what we are using is not referential. We've got to see how we can make it. And again, every answer is there in our own ancient wisdom and our culture. We just take a turn back without compromising on the quality of life. But of course, there are some issues that is said that with the market that we have, can the production be increased for the natural times? Can it be?
There is a huge demand, to be honest. So you need to tap the right technology, because who wins the race is whoever got the technology. Sometimes, quite often, people say, right, make it in India. To make it in India, you should have technology, right? Yeah, that's what. So you are the technology. To make something, you should have a technology. Unless you don't have a technology, what are you going to do? Because now it's a global technology and a global market. If you want to have a sustain and market and viability, your technology should also be global. Otherwise, it's really tough. Even if you produce something and you ask for, I am looking for a technology this way. If there are regulatory things, say there is something called certificate of analysis. People say heavy metal should be this much. This I add few more things to it, which are not even with regulatory authorities. I say my sample is even free from all this. See, that's my competition level. I'm not just going by the compliance, I'm just improving the compliance by further. So that is the confidence I'm trying to build in my clients. So if you are able to develop such kind of a technology, obviously yes, there is a one.
Trying to ask a question whether the recycled water is good. The technology is so good that in certain countries they are recycling water 8 times, and the sample of the water is good for drinking. That is the existence, the magic is in technology. And we got to also see that how we can reduce, reuse, and not take too much of materialism. The world, the earth cannot just afford to keep someone. So our lifestyle also needs to be renewed. Again, it's all again connected to our nature and culture to work together.
Yes, sir. That recently one lady said that 2025 Bangalore will have faces a lot of issues with the water. Not only that, everything is becoming toxic now. Water is becoming toxic and soil, everything. And I don't know what Swachh we do one day and we forget about all these things.
Sorry, just I'm adding into it. Professor T.V. Ramachandra, AIC professor, he published an article, a wonderful article. It came in Hindu or something, maybe months ago. Months or 3-4 months ago. He says by 2050, Bangalore is unlivable. Yes. So I'm really worried. It is not just water. Unlivable. So I mean, the aerosol, the air pollution is going to kill people. It is not the water. So air pollution is going to be, if the media project this, all the land prices and apartment prices go down. It's an economy I'm saying. So, see, this is all covered by finance, right? Probably it might not have come into a rigorous media discussion. Otherwise, there is a huge crash in the real estate mafia. So, the realities are like that. The particulate matter is getting high concentration. There are some few places like Silkpur, they measured, which are above the limits as of now. It's not pre-quality here at all. So the challenges are in many areas. Once it comes to environment, even if you develop a sort of allergens, it is like there are a lot of allergens. If you can develop a sort of reduction kit or a purifier which can remove these allergens or particulate matter, it's a technology. So what I mean to say is there is a huge opportunity out there, and you guys are engineers. I'm a basic scientist. I'm not a technologist. And the lucky part is with you guys is you are both technologists as well as you have some knowledge about life sciences. So you need to mingle with your fellow friends like a mechanical engineer, and you can design for that, and you can go with computer science engineer. You can bring in IoT into it. And you can also add some artificial intelligence on board. There is a huge opportunities that I didn't have. That's why I do come to colleges to get those connections built.
It's a very good point. Diamond has covered, it's given the importance of your own, course that you're studying. All of them might be out for a living, but yours is a life science. You can connect to all the departments and you have a great role. And you was talking about the air pollution. And for good living, as I told you, that some parts of Bangalore is infected with so much of lead that it is dangerous to live. If you measure it, it's going to be disastrous in places. And what happens, not to say that we will not bother about it. No? It has a direct bearing on the health of the child. The child's health is restricted, his mental growth is at stake, and he will just be a vegetable in the nature if he is continuing to breathe that sort of thing. I asked some people, I stand to be corrected, that whatever energy that we get and told, 52% comes from air, 20% from water, 18% from all the food that we eat, the balance from either. That is the importance of the air. And unfortunately, Bangalore, we are at a height of 3,000 feet. And unlike in Chennai or Mumbai, a whiff of air from the ocean doesn't take it off. It settles down here, and I'm told the quality is very bad.
Even see, for example, why I'm saying about air quality. If you burn any carbon or material, one carbon takes 2 atoms of oxygen. It takes up oxygen and becomes CO2. Almost 1 portion of carbon burning will give you 3 volumes of its own weight. Almost 1:3. And it takes up carbon dioxide forever. It becomes CO2. So, as Sir said, it is interconnected and it's vast. And sometimes we feel, okay, it's only air, it's only water, but at the end of the day, that really matters. That's why if somebody living in villages, they should be fortunate. They are fortunate. Seriously, earlier people used to know you are living in Bangalore. Acha, बहुत बड़ा area. Now, if somebody is living in the city or in the village, they say you are living in resort, in urban language. Literally, they are living in resort and we are living in a small place. That's the trend that people are building now. So the whole concept of urban concept are getting ulta. Now people be more conscious about environment. They would love to live in village rather than in the city.
There are many challenges which we have, and it's, again, I have shared in the same college long time back that we should water harvest this area, we should carbon off this area. We don't need to get power or water from outside. There was always challenging that if only we water harvest this entire area, we'll have enough more water to export, let alone using it. And these sort of plastic bottles can be slowly avoided. How could you do it? You can have some treatment plant using technology to see that water is given in glasses. And here and there create some fountain. I think it is from this college campuses we can send a new message. And I wish that your department takes up this sort of a challenge. Do something practical also to show that there is solution at the end of the day. Otherwise, we lose hope. There is no tomorrow anymore. I wish someone from the department takes it up to make it happen.
Just to say that with all your things, our campus has 17 to 18,000 trees just planted in 130 years. So it's clear that 18,000 trees are there. Yes, sir. One survey was done.
Now I want to tell you, every time that we take up a project, it is Laksha Vruksha. And 1 stroke plant 1 lakh trees. And Lakshya is Vruksha. Resource is not the problem. In fact, I had gone to Udaipur not long ago, just a few days back. I met the Maharaja, he's very in a grand style. The idea itself was the spiritual forces. I operate from the Brahma Kumaris, which I call as the spiritual force, and the royalty. Spiritual force stands for purity, and the royalty, which is steeped in the past, they will only talk about, what they did long time back and all that. And when I saw him living and all that, he said, no, it is all gone. The hills have all become devastated, it's all run away, those sort of things. But then, we said, still we will take up 1 hill and plant. Incidentally, I found an young man whose name is the son of the Maharana, his name is Laksharaj. So then we got connected and he said he was quite robust. And I was surprised that he had called for a project on his own. You see how sometimes destiny connects. He started a project called Vastradan. He sent a message that whatever extra clothes that you have, you come and dump it. You won't believe, lorry loads are coming and getting dumped because today people don't know how to dispose the old clothes. Likewise, we got to take it on a large scale, and I'm sure life sciences, the courses that you are pursuing, you have a great role to play, and technology can bring in the change. I'm sure we got to have more questions from that end. It is very quiet on that. Please. We have extra here. We have
hello sir. Actually, I am from a pharma background, so I don't know much about the biotechnology part. So, actually, my question is at today's world, actually. So there are more developments and actually more. The world has become more fast nowadays. So people are. It's more. I think it's more important to educate each and every people, person to person, like to contribute their part to the environment. Like we have made you represent so many organizations who are working for the environment. So I think I just wanted to ask you at that point of view, educating each and every person, to contribute their part to the well-being of the environment actually, like for the waste management of their each home, like each and every person's home, if they manage their own waste, so will not need any other organization who will look for them. So actually, we appreciate that.
So coming to educating people from the beginning, not reciprocal.
Yeah. So I would like to quote an example when we started educating kids in the schools. Like majority of the planting that we have done, it's in school campuses. Wherein we ask the students to take care of the saplings at their own. So they will put a name of the student who is taking care of the sapling. So because of which they can build a relationship with the sapling as it is his own sapling. So in that way, we are educating kids to be attached to the environment and to build that culture to safeguard and protect the environment. So that is one way, and there are many other ways. In social media campaigns are going on, and even in movies they are trying to project that protecting the environment and also improving the places where you live around. Yeah, so these are some of the ways we can work around.
One more thing, I just went on a journey actually nearby itself, Cool actually. So I drove to Cool, and there are few small rivers are there. So I just wanted very many places going to Rameshwaram, going to Cool. There are many small rivers are there, which is left completely untouched. Various plantings and various factories, roads are there, and the rivers are very dirty. So, from the government point of view, why it is left totally untouched? If there is a water scarcity in some places, like in Kuru, many places are that people walk very long to get water just for drinking. So those rivers can be used if we purify it or filter it. efficiently. So, like Tata Steel has a very efficient filtration method of water. So we can filter that water also, and we can use as it for drinking. And one more question was about actually Darren sir. So actually, you were telling like we are we will use the natural colors like from plants or any marine sources. So just wanted to know how you are planning to how you are extracting the coloring material, like color pigments or coloring material from the plants or animal sources.
You see, there are a lot of technologies out there, and I'm a technology seller. You want technology? We have.
Actually,
See, what I'm saying is, most of the colors are soluble in fat soluble, which means they can be extracted with solvents. I'm just giving out and some supercritical carbon dioxide extraction, aqueous extraction. There are so many ways and means where you can really extract these colors.
Like you said, like for it is basically for replacing the synthetic dyes, which is being used in textile industries and many pharmaceutical companies for color coating of tablets or any capsules. So nowadays, so they are developing a synthetic dye in a lab, and if the whole world comes to like we take most of the extracts is extracted from the plant and animal plant sources by chromatography techniques. So they have to take the plant and extract from that. So if the whole world goes on the natural colors, then we are saving the water, but we are exploiting the plants in other ways.
No, see, that's why I say the technology grows vertically. So what I'm talking about is initially because of the regulatory issues, I'm using natural sources and natural raw material like a plant source or a microbial source. But the technology is outgrown, and there are something called synthetic biology where you can design an organism and produce whatever you want. That's what biosimilars in the pharmaceutical industry. People, whatever the biosimilars that are produced in pharma is for that at the moment. So you just have to pull out some genes and then putting them into a system. Basically, what I'm talking about is a designer organism. You can design things and produce things that you want, then it becomes scalable.
Thank you.
Friends, I think now time has come for us to conclude. I'm sure you agree that we had a very useful session. That has bestowed a lot of privileges to the life sciences that you are pursuing. You have a great role to play in both energy and environment of the tomorrow. And all of you can be involved in some way or the other. We have a great opportunity ahead of us. If only that we have to change our lifestyle, and life sciences can contribute to that. Thank you so much.
Coming to the end of an enriching panel discussion, where the bottom line, the message is that nothing is waste. It brings us back to, there's been a lot of Sanskrit phrases that have been used in the course of this discussion, and I've provided only one phrase, one sloka which says, Purnamadaram, Purnamidam, Purnamudachyate. Purnasya Purnam Adaya, Purnameva Avashishyate. So I think that would summarize the whole thing. I thank the eminent members of the panel and request the chairperson to hand over the management to the panelists to open for our appreciation. Dr. Sangeeta Naik, Dr. Sangeeta. Dr. Dani.
Thank you. I request all the audience to remain seated since the valedictory will begin shortly.
Thank you so much for Thank you.
A very good evening to one and all. We have reached the end of a new beginning and new interests. On this occasion, I, Manusha Gandhi of 8th Sem, Department of Biotechnology, Sir NSIIEOB, have the immense pleasure in taking you through the proceedings of the valedictory function of the 3-day national seminar on innovation, IPR, and entrepreneurial opportunities in biotechnology. May I now request the dignitaries to occupy the dais. We have with us Shri Raju. We have with us Mr. Madhur Ji from Psychiatric Hospital and Dr. B.R. Manjunath, Principal of NSIIEOB, and our HOD, Dr. Nagendra. All that we do needs the divine blessing to clear out the obstacles for a smooth journey. Let us pray with folded hands as I invite Ms. Dhanya, 8th semester of the Department of Biotechnology, Sir NSIIEOB, to invoke the blessings of the Almighty.
Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade Shubhamangale Sarvābhishtakale Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade Shubhamangale Sarvābhishtakale Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade, Sharade, Sharade. Shankara Sanmukhe Shri Padmacharane Shankara Sanmukhe Shri Padmacharane Sakala Shankara Samyukta Shri Padmacharane Sakala Kala Visharane Varane Salahinataye Samadhanapige Salahinataye Samadhanapige Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade Sharade Karuni Simha Shruti Gatigala Mate Karuni Simha Shruti Gatigala Mate Kamaliya Satta Swarasatojite Kamegana Kana Swarupini Kamitarayi Kalayi Jalari Kamegana Kana Swarupini Kamitarayi Kalayi Jalari Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade Shubhamangale Sarvābhishtakale Shangapurādīśvarī Sharade Sharade Sharade
indeed blissful. May I now request Mrs. Rashmi, Assistant Professor, Department of Biotechnology, Sir, NDIT, to welcome and introduce our guests.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a true pleasure for me to welcome you all to the valedictory function of the 3-day National Seminar on Innovation, IPR, and Entrepreneurial Opportunities in Biotechnology. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome and introduce to you our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Madhur Gopal, Marketing Head, Sidecare Hospitals, Bangalore. Mr. Madhur is basically a microbiologist by education and a veteran in healthcare business development and entrepreneur by profession. He completed his degree in microbiology from Kurukshetra University and Masters in Management from Asian Institute of Management, Philippines. He has work experience of more than 17 years in Pfizer, Biocon, Wockhardt, Fortis Hospitals, and launched his venture now. He is currently heading marketing of Sidecare Hospitals and responsible for domestic and international markets. He has won various applause for his work in the field of healthcare startups and was featured by Forbes Asia, Times of India, Economic Times, and many more reputed journals in India and abroad. Such an eminent personality is amidst us today. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. It is indeed an honor for me to welcome our beloved principal, Dr. V.R. Manjunath, who has constantly encouraged and fine-tuned us towards the success of this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. It's my privilege to welcome our beloved HOD, Dr. H.G. Nagendra, who is the source of inspiration and driving force in our endeavor. On behalf of all of us, a very cordial welcome to you, sir. We would like to extend a warm welcome to all HODs of the departments who have gathered here. A cordial welcome to all of you. We would also like to welcome our invited speakers, session chairpersons, panelists, jury members to the valedictory function. We would also like to bid a very warm welcome to all faculty and student delegates across the country who have made this seminar a great success. A very warm welcome to you all. I would like to welcome media persons, our event sponsors, and all the delegates who have put out their stalls to the valedictory function. We would also like to welcome our dear faculty colleagues, non-teaching staff, parents, students, friends, and all our volunteers. We extend a warm welcome to our one and all who are present here in the valedictory function. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request our chief guest, Mr. Madhur Ji, to address the gathering.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm very excited actually to be here. And one of the reasons is when you go back to the students, I mean, I did my microbiology as you heard. So you go back to the same group, you can see the energy, you know. And the second reason is that this group is the most wanted group in India today. You know why? Any guess? Youth group. And second, what I understand is all you guys are from biotech who are sitting here. And biotech industry is the fastest growing industry in India today. In fact, today stands at around $11.7 billion USD, which is expected to grow 30% year on year. By 2025, it is expected to touch around $100 billion US in India alone. You can see the demand which is coming in biotech industry. In fact, when I did my graduation, biotech is the next revolution everyone was talking about after IT, which is supposed to take place. So it took some time because biotech is not as easy as tech. Tech is all about analytics, but here you involve biology with analytics, and that's a challenge, right? But things have significantly improved in past many years. In fact, I launched my own startup that was all on data analytics, and in fact, what we used to do, we used to work with some pharma companies that it can predictively tell diabetes patient what is going to happen to them based on their reading in next 6 months, so that they can take proactive action and act on it. I'm sure people who are sitting here, you must be planning something to give to this world, something which can change the healthcare ecosystem. I represent Scientific Cancer Hospital. Biotech plays a significantly important role when it comes to cancer, either treatment or screening. I'm sure whether it is MAP or any kind of chemotherapy, microbiology, and various treatments. I mean, all the targeted therapy actually is the gift from a biotech field. So it has significantly improved the cancer outcomes, and I think, but still there is a gap, right? And that gap is not one is a treatment. There are various things which can be improved, but a large gap is from a screening point of view. Because as a cancer hospital, you won't believe that around 60-70% of the patients whom we see, they are already late stage patients, and their treatment has very less to do because it's already spread, which is beyond current treatment options which are available with us. If you see biotech, I think in terms of genetics and few other verticals, the promise which they are showing today in early stage cancer diagnosis, I think that is the next evolution what we can see in cancer treatment. So I definitely, wish you all guys all the very best in your career and the path which you take. We strongly recommend that do some research, bring something to the world which can change this, or which can fill in that gap which is required by the industry. I won't take much time. I am sure that you might be bored of knowing about SciCare because there was a speaker yesterday and you might have seen some stall. Nonetheless, I would use this opportunity to share why SciCare and how SciCare was started. A SciCare Cancer Hospital, when we started this whole, the thought why we should build cancer hospital. One of the reasons was that, even though it's a different subject, but many of our founders, most of them, they were affected directly or indirectly by cancer. And the journey of that cancer treatment was not great. And everyone felt the gap which is there currently in Indian ecosystem when it comes to cancer treatment. So to fill that gap, this whole approach was taken. It is beyond economics or commercials when this hospital was started. I think the whole approach was how to bring the right treatment approach to cancer treatment in India. And in fact, I was discussing some time back when it comes to what are our pillars, on which we have built this hospital. One of the pillars is the right way of treating cancer patients, which include tumor board approach as well as organ-specific specialists. So worldwide it has been shown that organ-specific specialists can improve the medical outcome by 2 times. So, if you see, just to give you one example, I hope I'm not boring you guys, right? So just to give you one example, so if there is an early stage of ovarian cancer or not early stage, sorry, if there is an ovarian cancer in young women or a cervical cancer, in some cases it can actually impact the reproductive function of the woman. So if the woman is young, I think it matters, how they can plan the future. Now that's a part of our research wing where we work regularly with various companies as well as our surgeons, with the world connections, that how to improve or how to bring these new methodologies to improve the outcomes. So one of the examples is that these organ-specific specialists, when they treat, they have the ability. In fact, now we have this fertility sparing ovarian cancer surgery, and that is one of the pillar which has helped us to deliver that kind of surgery. So today, if there is a, though I'm not saying it is 100% cases, but wherever possible, but today there is an option available for a young woman who unfortunately has to undergo ovarian cancer treatment. They can still preserve their fertility. Second is the tumor board approach. So cancer is not one man decision, because there are multiple modalities which are involved in that. And if there is one doctor who takes the decision, there may be a biasness because they may think that this is the best treatment option available. But in our case, there is a group of doctors who kind of discuss each and every case and then decide the treatment modality. And third thing is the holistic approach, because cancer is just not like cardiac treatment or a knee replacement or some neurosurgery. It is much beyond. I think what in not only patient but the relatives of the patient, the trauma which they go through, emotional trauma, I think that's terrible. Because unfortunately, still people relate cancer to death. If there is a announcement that someone has got cancer, so if there is an announcement someone has got cancer, I think people relate it to death, which is the most unfortunate part, though there are many cancers which can be completely cured 100%. So the patient navigator approach or the psychologist or onco-psychologist who can help them to kind of plan the journey. In fact, we have patient navigators. When we call patient navigators, these are the patients who have been over cancer. They are the survivors. And from a patient point of view, they can help patient because the doctor is something different, but they can help clinically. But as a patient, they can tell that these are the things which you will go through. So how to overcome or how to kind of get that treatment. So I think end here, and I wish you all the guys all the very best. We are very open to work. We are in cancer area. Wherever we can collaborate, wherever we can work together, do let us know. And wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
My honor to welcome Shri Srinivasaraju, trustee, Shri KET, who has taken his time off and graced the occasion. Welcome, please.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. N. Santosh Yadav, the student convener, to kindly give us the report of the 3-day seminar.
Good evening to one and all. I kindly request the elect people there in the area come and occupy the seats in the front. Kindly come down, please. Good evening to one and all. Unity is strength. Where there is teamwork and collaboration, wonderful things can be achieved. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the Department of Biotechnology, Sir and Lady, for giving me this opportunity to summarize the 3-day national seminar on innovation, IPR, and entrepreneurial opportunities in biotechnology. Sessions are organized around Thursday areas to facilitate discussions and emergence of new device technologies. Entrepreneurial opportunities for young minds. The theme discussed were food and dairy on day 1, healthcare, clinical and pharmaceutical biology on day 2, and energy and environmental biotechnology on day 3. Approximately 150 participants across the country attended the seminar, including faculty and students from Vellore,
Sri Sahasra Institute of Technology, Pandit J&M Medical College, and various esteemed institutions. There were around 35 domain experts, 40 plus oral and poster presentations. 12 prizes will be awarded for both oral and poster presentations. Dr. Jitendra Prakash from In Vitro International and Dr. Tasnimari Sayed from CCAM inaugurated the seminar along with Sri K. Samaraju, Secretary, Sri K.T. and Dr. B.R. Manjunath, Principal, Sarangi. The keynote speeches by Dr. Jitendra Prakash and Dr. Tasnimari Sayed were motivating and they really encouraged the crowd to grab the opportunities as they appeared. The first day's focus was on food, agriculture, and dairy biotechnology. Dr. Jitendra Prakash chaired the plenary talks by Dr. G.N.S. Reddy from Akshay Kalpa, Dr. Nitin Deshpande from Unilever. The plenary talks focus on opportunities and the importance of our farmers and their empowerment. This was followed by an oral presentation session chaired by Dr. Himanish Das from MTR Foods. Dr. Das was very impressed by the plethora of project ideas and were delivered during the sessions. Simultaneously, a workshop on patent search was conducted by Mr. Srinivas B. from Aspertica Biotech Private Limited. After lunch, the panel discussions ensued. The chair of the panel discussion was Padma Bhushan Dr. Mahadevappa from JSS Mahavidyapita. The panel consisted of Dr. Suma Krishnaswamy from Canadian Biotechnology, Dr. Sitaram Anandana from Syngenta, Dr. Pratima Chandrava from Preventive Healthcare, Dr. Vidya K.R. from Monsanto, Dr. Silki Mahajan from Food and Nutrition Clinic, and Mr. Shashank N.C. from Sri Vinayaka Nurseries. The panel covered several aspects of food baking, tissue culture, entrepreneurial opportunities, and challenges. The poster sessions were then held after the panel discussion. The jury, Dr. Gautam Banerjee from Cycle and Dr. Prasanna Bhatt from Monsanto, were very happy to see the work done by our students in various aspects and really appreciated the contribution from the student community that contributed even on the seminar. Day two began vibrantly with another set of plenary talks that was chaired by Dr. Balasubramanian from Bugworks. The speakers, Dr. Praveen Vemula from INSTEM, inspired the crowd with his journey of entrepreneurship. Dr. Narayan Suresh from ABLE highlighted the various opportunities made available by ABLE India. Dr. Dinesh from IISc focused on challenges in engineering product development. Oral presentations were held simultaneously. Mr. Ramohan Rao from Yostra Lab led the session. The workshop on biobusiness was conducted by Dr. Rishikesh Dhande from Acremate. The panel discussions were conducted after lunch. The chair of the session was Dr. Sridhar Narayan from FNDR. His panel members were Dr. Manjunath Ramarao from BNF, BBRD, Dr. Vasanthi from Innovo Foresight Healthcare, Dr. UB Babu from Himalaya Drug Company, Dr. Vijeta J from Sidecare Cancer Hospitals, and Mr. Kashi Sharif from Mercury Biotechnologies. The interactive panel encouraged young minds to follow the path of entrepreneurship without the fear of failure. The challenges of entrepreneurship in the area of pharma and healthcare were addressed. The poster session followed next with Dr. U.V. Babu and Dr. Manjunath Ramarao as a jury. The project ideas were much appreciated by the jury. This brought an end to the proceedings of day 2. The last and final day of the national seminar began favorably today. The first session of the day, the plenary talks, was chaired by Dr. B.M. Balaji, our research advisor and consultant. The speakers, Dr. Apurva B.V. from Honeyday Bee Farms Private Limited, highlighted the importance of beekeeping and sustainability. Mr. Subramani Ramachandra from Richford told all the life story of frogs and inspired the crowd to pursue entrepreneurship with passion and perseverance. Mr. Vasiki Iyengar, our next speaker, beautifully highlighted the need and ease of sustainability and waste management, starting from our homes. The last speaker, Mr. R. Sheshavji from SBI, elaborated the various loans and schemes available for aspiring entrepreneurship to support financially. Next, the poster sessions and the oral sessions were conducted simultaneously. The jury for oral sessions was Dr. C. Ganesh and for poster session was Dr. Manish Thakur from Jubilant Biosys and Dr. Jyoti Prasanna from Manipal Institute of Regenerative Medicine. The last panel discussion for the seminar was held and chaired by Sri V. Srinivasa Raju from Sri KET. The panel of allied personalities were Dr. C. Dayananda from E2E, Mr. B. V. Srinivas from Aspertica Biotech Private Limited, Dr. Sangeeta Naik from Synergies Biosciences, and Mr. Shivaprakash Reddy from Pure Shakti. The sessions were interactive and informative. With this, the session of National Seminar came to an end. In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take. The relationship we were afraid to have and the decisions we waited too long to make. With the hope that the seminar helped all of you and created new associations and brands, I would like to thank all of you for being a wonderful audience and taking this 3-day journey with us. We hope to see you again in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh, for summarizing the event. I would now like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors who have supported our event and made this a successful one. We have AICTE, ICMR, SiteCare, Aspartica, SBI, Monsanto, Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceutical Limited, FNDR, BBC, ISTE, Ozone Scientific, Sada, Cital, Airlift Container Line, Zasta Innovations, BDN Instruments, Himalaya Drug Company, Foresight Healthcare, and CIII. I would now like to invite few of our participants to give us their feedbacks. So, can we have Himanshu Patel from Pandit JNM Medical College, Raipur?
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Himanshu Patel from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Medical Memorial College, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. I would like to thank Department of Biotechnology, NSIIEOB, and it was a very good atmosphere. We learned a lot of things to the speakers and the activities. I also would like to thank to the coordinators and the volunteers. They supported us very much and could have, and we could not make it without them. The food was very good and all arrangement was perfect. And if we got another chance to attend it again, we definitely come. Thank you.
Thank you, Himanshu. We will now have Kavita M. from Sri Sasta Institute of Technology.
Greetings everyone, I'm Kavita M from Chennai. I would really like to thank NVIT for making a completely well organized conference. We gained exposure through this conference and we gained some knowledge, more knowledge in many parts of biotechnology. My special thanks to the student coordinators who supported us and who guided us for the past 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita. We now have Sheikh Anam from NSIIEOB.
Hello everyone, a very good evening. I'm Sheikh Anam from NMMIT NIPE. I like MV Institute of Technology for giving such a good learning experience here. The 3 days spent here in the very same hall has acted as a best platform for the knowledge exchange. The inspirational talks which took place here was really inspiring to me. And about the place, we visited this place for the first time here, and I really like this place. The only thing I had a bit problem was with the food style here. It's very spicy, which will put your mouth to fire. And I really like this place. And I should thank all the student volunteers. Really helped us, and they were very helpful. Thank you very much.
And we now have Kavya from VIT.
Good evening everyone, I'm Bhavya from VIT Weather. And we all have ideas, but we just look for platforms to exhibit our ideas. And I think, sir, NBIT has given us a platform to explore all our entrepreneurial ideas here. And the next thing is, I always thought it was enough to have the willingness and the courage and an idea to become an entrepreneur. Now I know there are a lot more factors to add to it, and you have to be a versatile person to be an entrepreneur. This is what I learned from the 3 days, and it's like very useful to me to grow as a person and also as an entrepreneur. Thank you.
We have participants from New Horizons College of Engineering. So, would anyone like to give their feedback? Any other participants who would like to give their feedback?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Guru. I'm from South with my pleasure, I want to thank Sir MIT College for this good organization and to make us be part of this conference. I thank also our teacher mom. This is creation and for another issue one. Thing that I want to say is as a future generation of technology innovation, we didn't know so many things about so many things about this conference, but for us it's helpful because we didn't before we used to not we used to find a way how to make our knowledge, all the things we carry from different institutions, how to make it benefit to our society. But we didn't know that. But by coming here, now we realize that when we have financial support, when we have a good idea, and when we have a good teacher, we can do things better than that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the valuable and wonderful feedbacks. We have a hunger of the mind which asks for knowledge of all around us. And the more we gain, the more is our desire. The more we seek, the more we are capable of seeing. May I now request Ms. Halima Janish, the Assistant Professor of Department of Biotechnology, Sir NBIT, to kindly announce the prize winners.
Thank you, Manjusha. Good evening, one and all sitting here. Now I would like to announce the prize winners. So they are giving around 20,000 rupees worth of prizes. So for the day one oral presentation, I would like to announce the winners. The second prize winner is Rakshita M, Department of Biotechnology, BMS College of Women. And the first prize winner is L. Shalini, Department of Zoology, Bangalore University. move to oral presentation with second prize winner is Bhushan S. Bhargan, Department of Biotechnology, Bangalore Sagar College of Engineering. I request Mr. Vinod Jati for further guidance. The second prize winner is Bhushan S. Bhargan, Bangalore Sagar. The first prize winner is Subhanakar, Department of Biotechnology, Yogi, Ganga University. The second prize winner is Harish Advita Karthik from New Horizon College of Engineering. Kiran Sabu and Tanuja from Sir NIIT Bangalore. Thank you, sir. And for the poster presentation, the second prize winners are second prize winners. So, Pradeep S. Sinchan Hai, Vishal from New Horizon College of Engineering. I request our principal, Dr. Ila Manchna, to give the prize. And Spurti Kashyap Supriya from Biotechnology College of Engineering, second prize winners. Suprata Monika Uma Maheshwari from Sasta Institute of Engineering. Suprata Monika Uma Maheshwari from Sasta Institute of Engineering. And Pradeep S. Sinchan Hai, Vishal K. from New Horizon College of Engineering. Nirita Meenakshi Bhargava from Manipal Academy of Higher Education. Poster presentation. The first prize goes to Anisha Abe and Kita of New Horizon College of Engineering. I request the HOD to give and Yashashwini Panchana from Sir NVIT Bangalore. And the last first prize winner is Dr. Ashi Chawla, KCDS Bangalore. Congratulate once again all the prize winners and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Mr. Ishwar Chandra, the faculty convener of the program, to propose the vote of thanks. Sorry for the inconvenience. I would now like to request Mr. Srinivas Raju, the trustee from Sri KV, to deliver the presidential address.
Friends, I know you are the fag end of the whole celebration that you have had. We always say that wherever there is a congregation, there is consecration. And if the consecration is for a purpose like what you have joined, you also have celebrations. I was happy some of the students did say they enjoyed here. And whenever I think of Raipur, Himanshu, we think of one of the finest initiatives taken in our country, where they're breaking buildings to build a park. That is one of the first that has happened in our country, and we always remember Raipur for that one of those initiatives. From where the inspiration comes. And when such, congregation happens, you get together, you will find that there's so much of beauty, so much of variety, so much of diversity, and so much of learning that can happen. And eventually the end result, all that we expect from the trustees, that you had a good time. Did you have a good time? Yes. So of course, we did spoil the stomach of the tongue of our neighborhood college. Friends, I only would like to summarize and tell you, I was just chatting with Principal Mandina. He said, I was amazed to know that you have come from all sectors. He said, sir, this science is all-encompassing. It includes everything. That reminds me again and again and again, I talk about environment and ecology, which is all intrinsically interconnected and irrevocably interdependent. You have a great role to play. Your biotech can initiate a new great future. The country is waiting for it. You will be contributing for the upliftment of the society, and eventually the quality of life can change through your sciences. And I would want you to have the pride in you and make it. I'm sure that you will make it. All the best.
Want to add to what Srinivas mentioned. We have even aeronautical engineering student participating in this program.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. V.R. Manjunath, the principal of Sir MBIT, to deliver the closing remarks.
Good evening to Dr. Satya, respected trustee, Mr. Srinivas, Dr. Madhu, Dr. Nagendra, all the organizing committee members, participating delegates, invitees, friends. First of all, we have today our Honorable Trustee of the KIT, Mr. Visvesvaraya sir. It's our pleasure to have him on this valedictory occasion because no occasions have got any grace if there is no management representative on the stage. He has actually filled that vacuum. Very surprising, I was not sure he will come. You should know a little bit of this gentleman. He is a trustee, but more importantly, he is a man who is living a very purposeful life. He is my good friend, my well-wisher. More importantly, he is a great human being. He loves poets, he loves nature, he loves spiritualism. With all that, he is a man who enjoys nature. ಈ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಮರಗಳನ್ನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಿಡ ನೆಟ್ಟು ಮರ ಬೆಳೆಸಿರೋರು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸರಾಜು ಅಂತ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಸ್ ಏನೋ ಇತ್ತಂತೆ. It was all forest. There was no water. Even today, there is no source in this particular campus. If you are not aware. And he said, when he made an initiative to plant, how many saplings, sir? 50,000 saplings. When he took up that, people used to actually make a fun of him. In the Korea, in our country, nobody will actually appreciate any good initiatives. But still, he took all the criticism to his stride. He planted. Today, they have become trees, giving shelter to you and many memories for many of you who are going to live. He is a very good poet himself. He ಮಾತಾಡಿದ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 2-3 ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ಪದವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೋರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ಲಿ he anybody as a new poet ಹೊರತಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕವನ ಬರೀತಾರೆ, ಕವಿತೆ ಬರೀತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ you don't get publishers. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಾ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋ ಬರೀ ಟಾಪ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅವರು ದುಡ್ಡು ಯಾವ್ದು ಹಾಕಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. He has published many what I can say literary articles, poems written by any unknown man. ಅದನ್ನ ಅವರು he has taken it as a mission. He promotes, encourages any poet who writes anything meaningful. ಅವರು ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. ಅವರ ಬೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ 10 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಬಂದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಲೈಟ್ ಹಾಕಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಲೈಟ್ ರೋಡ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಓಟ್ ಕೊಡೋರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಹಾಕೋದು. ಕತ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡಿ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಬಂದು ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಿ he took a novel initiative. You know that today non-conventional energies are the order of the day. That means solar, then this wind energy, this street lights now voltage. Sonta ivaru he made actually a group of his own community people staying in that particular area. Avare ondu congregation ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರೇ ದುಡ್ಡು ಹಾಕಿ he has actually installed solar street light for the entire district. This is a very big scale government. See, our system is so worse that they don't actually encourage any initiative. They don't give actually care a damn for any good thing that is required. Amenities will not come if you request. That people like Srinivasaraju are there who actually show them a finger at them that you did not do it, you were able to do that one. Today, you know that while you had lunch, he had brought on white saree ready. Brahma Kumari entered the house. He had brought this lady to give a discourse in mental college. What they will give discourse about spiritualism. ಇವತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. No spiritualism, no fear for God, there is no value for humanity. And we have all such what I can say. Very ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ಹೈ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್. ಅದನ್ನ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಮನುಷ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. With my very short interaction with him, he is a man really who understands life, who values life, and he knows how to lead a meaningful life. And also he is a model to others because he does service to nature, service to God, service to humanity. One thing. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಧುರ್ ಅಂತ ಬಂದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸೈಟ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರಲ್ವಾ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾವ ಊರನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮೂರ ನಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಮನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ ಸೈಟ್ ಗೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಭಿಷೇಕ್ ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ ಸೈಟ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಾರ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ. He, of course, is into HR related thing. My son was working as a doctor in the site here, but now he got a PGC, he is doing MS in Visvesvaraya. See, ಈ human relationship ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಹತ್ತಿರದ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು ಬಂದ್ರೆ we feel a little bit happy. I am happy that he comes from a site care hospital. That my son was working here. I wish that. And then coming to Dr. Nagendra. ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಾನು 2 ತಿಂಗಳಾಗಿರೋದು. ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಹೊಸ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್, ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಹೊಸದಲ್ಲ, 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ನಾನು, 34 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಡ್ಯೂರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಐ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಒನ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಇನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎನಿ ಹೈ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್, ಹೈಲೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಫೀಚರ್, ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬಯೋಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ as a meaningful R&D activity going on, something called as an innovation program, something that is bringing funds and grants to the college. We have got around 53 lakh rupees of funding from different agencies. There's an incubation center set up in your own department. There are a lot of research work and funded projects he is actually doing along with his team of faculty members. The only department which is pride of IIT is the new department. ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಅದೊಂದೇ ಸಂತೋಷ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. I request Nagendra to continue the good work. There are some wonderful students in biotech department. ನನಗೆ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರೋ ಪಾಪ ಯಾರೋ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಊಟ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದ ಯಾರು ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬೀಳ್ಬೇಕು ಏನ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫುಟ್ಬಾಲ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಮದುವೆಗಾದ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿ 8 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವನೊಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಯಾವ ಹುಡುಗಿರು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತು ತಿರುಮಠ ಕಾಯ್ಕೊಂಡು This is the beauty of this type of conference. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಒಂಥರ ವಿಚಿತ್ರ ಕಿವಿಡಿ ದೇಶ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ತರ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜನ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಒಂದೊಂದು ದೇಶ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ನಗರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ನಗರ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ನಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಇರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಕಾರಣಗಳು ಅರಿಯಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಬೇಕಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮರ್ಯಾದ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಮೆಮೊರೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಇಟರ್ನಲ್. Even for only 3 days, many will remember for many things for a very, very long time. So we have come to the end of this event. Every beginning has to have an end. Every end is a launching for a new beginning. ಅಂతం ಕಾಲಿಗೆ ಆರಂಭ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಇದು ಅಂತ್ಯ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭದ ಸೂಚನೆ. We have now concluded a national conference. Your next target should be to host an international conference. With this, I once again wholeheartedly thank all the participants who have come from different parts of the country to make this event a successful one. I truly appreciate the sincere efforts of your HOD, all the faculty members of biotechnology, all the wonderful students of biotechnology. You are doing excellent work. You are very, very caring. Your hospitality was one of the best. I wish this was a very, very meaningful and a successful event you have culminated, bringing some laurels to this institution. Keep up the good work. God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. May I now request Mr. Ishwar Chandra, the faculty convener of the program, to propose the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, on the dais, my fellow colleagues and dear students, I feel honored and privileged to get an opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion of 3-day national seminar NSIIEOB-2018. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Dr. Manohar Gopal,
for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the valedictory function. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge Shri KVT for supporting us to conduct this event. I thank Dr. Vinesh K. Basudoli, Director, Sir MBIT, Dr. V.R. Manjunath, Principal, Sir MBIT, for their inspiring mentorship. I am also thankful to Sir MBIT administration in general for providing us with all possible logistic support towards organizing this event. I wish to thank AICTE and Shri KVT for providing us seed money for this event. And I am also thankful to all the other sponsors of this conference, ICMR, Aspartica Biotech Private Limited, State Bank of India, Monsanto, Site Cancer Hospital, FLDR, Karnataka Antibiotics and Pharmaceutical Limited, IST Student Sector, Bangalore, BBC, Innovo Airlift Container, BVA Instruments, Ozone Scientific, Scitel, Sadata, Himalaya, CIII, Serenity ID, Vasa Scientific, and Rastra. Without their generous financial support, it would not have been possible to organize this conference. I also extend my thanks to our alumni, Mr. Sumit Bhagyawadi and Ms. Anshu Mala for their invaluable contribution. I am sure that the EDP series will continue to get generous support from your organization in the future also. I extend my thanks to all the plenary speakers for the capable way in which they have constructed these sessions. We are indebted to them. Thanks to all the panelists who have discussed and have taken part in the theme-oriented discussion. They all have given an excellent insights. I also wish to thank all the stall participants for showcasing their products. I wish to express our profuse thanks to Mr. Ravish, librarian Sir MBIT, for managing the conference page on institutional website. We are extremely grateful to Biotechnica and Health Biotech for publicity and online streaming on YouTube.com. I thank them all. It has been our pleasure to host all the participants of the conference at Sir MBIT Bangalore. The participants were very enthusiastic. I am really thankful to all the participants for coming to Sir MBIT to attend this conference. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending this conference. I also acknowledge the unwavering support received from Dr. H. Nagendra, HOD Department of Biotechnology, who have always celebrated our wins and cushioned our falls. I convey my special thanks to all the faculties and staff members for round-the-clock coordination towards this event. My thanks also go to all the coordinators, student volunteers who have worked very hard from last 2 months to make this conference a grand success. It's really appreciating. They all have worked smilingly, shoulder to shoulder, to make this seminar successful. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made this conference a success, and congratulations to the prize winners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishwa. Let me take this opportunity to thank our esteemed chief guest for the day, Mr. Madhur from SciCare, who has taken his time off and has graced the occasion. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are now request Shri Srinivas Raju, our trustee, KVT, family, and representatives. Thank you so much. As Mark Twain said, India is the cradle of the human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great-grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most restrictive materials in the history of man are treasured up only in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to your feet for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे
बोलो भारत माता की
जय।
That's all we have for today. We hope you enjoyed the days. Thank you. May I request the participants to kindly submit their feedback at the registration desk and collect their certificate of participation. I also request the prize winners to please stay back in the hall. The prize winners, please stay back in the hall. For high tea will be served outside now. The prize winners, please stay back in the hall.